We have hit
One
record.
second, I have to let my dog out of the gate. She's on the wrong side of the house. 1 second. What are you doing? Come on, let's get you outside. I didn't know you were in here. Okay. All right, my son has her.
Okay.
Take care of it. She jumps through the banister. She's just tiny. And I have the little metal.
Oh my
banister
goodness.
around,
Yeah.
She jumps instead of going to the gate because we have a block to the side. She gets over the banister and then she's over there.
She's clever.
She's very clever.
So I want to start today. We talked about prorating last time we met. When was that? Monday, I guess.
Mhm.
So we talked about prorating, and you guys are going to see prorating, of course, taxes on your closing disclosure, quiz or exam problem. You may, I don't remember off the top of my head, but you may or may not see HOA prorations. It usually works the same way. The big thing to be aware of with HOA is you need to pay attention to how it's paid. If it's annual, you'll divide by 365 to get daily. If it's monthly, then you only need to divide by 30 to get daily, or the number of days of the month, I guess I should say. So if there's 31 days in October, you divide by 31 to get. So you need to pay attention to how the HOA is paid, if it's monthly or annually. But same thing, HOA, same thing with taxes. You can always stop and ask yourself who owes whom, right? Either the HOA dues have been paid or they have not been paid. So who's responsible for paying him this month, for example, and who owes whom, and then you'll know who to do a debit to one party and credit to the other.
Oh, since you're on prorations, I did a couple of the practice closures, one yesterday, one today. The one yesterday, I was off by a few $100 on the buyer, perfect on the seller, because I forgot to credit the taxes. But
Okay.
On today, I was off 31 cents from the buyer and the seller. And the difference was on the proration on the taxes, it worked out to $15.80 a day. So I did that times 114 days. But if I hadn't have cleared out my calculator and left all those decimal points in there, it would have come out to the 31 cent perfect.
To the 31 cents.
But so for me to round it to the 1580, I screwed up that 31 cents.
Yeah, so keep in mind it's multiple choice, right? And your answer choices aren't going to be so close. They say you can't miss by rounding alone. So this is what I have to say when it comes to rounding. Don't get carried away. Some students want to just go straight to the whole dollar and never deal with change. No. Don't get carried away with it. The fewer times you have to touch your calculator, the better chance for accuracy you have. Because I don't know about you guys, but my big old clunky fingers sometimes get in the way. So Ronnie, when you come up with the number of 51.3692, the most accurate thing to do is at that point say times however many days. And that way you're not putting the numbers back in. Now, what does the commission say? The commission says if you round out 3 decimal places, so even if you want to clear your calculator, if you just can't help yourself, you can round out 3 decimal places. And then when you get to the end, round your change. Again, no matter how you do it, you're not going to miss by rounding alone. So in other words, that 31 cents that you were off, you'll be able to look at the answer choices and pick one that's close. They're not going to have, there may be an answer choice that's $51 off, banking on you not counting your days right. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But it's not going to be off by that 31 cents. So I don't want you guys, if you're close-ish and as you did, which is awesome, went back through and realized that your difference, I wouldn't even call it an error, but your difference was because of rounding. Then, as long as
I just didn't know if there was a standard,
Yeah. And the commission says, and we teach in pre-licensing 3 decimal places. But I tell my guys all the time, I'm like, look, the fewer times you have to touch this thing, the more accurate you're going to be, because you take away the human element of messing it up. Right. Yeah. So again, your exam, multiple choice, the answer choices aren't going to be that close. Thank you for bringing that up. Okay. There's a couple other 2 other types of prorations that we mentioned briefly on Monday that I just want to have a conversation with just to make sure we're good on. So another thing that we may prorate might be rent. Rent is typically paid monthly unless you're told otherwise. And what we need to prorate is the rent on the day of closing. So once again, whenever I see the word prorate, I draw myself a timeline. I like to see what it is that I'm looking at. The seller owned the property. If you're buying my house today, the seller owned my property the front part of this month. Whomever's buying my house, buyer owns the property the latter part of the month. Seller's always responsible for the day of closing when we're prorating. Unless you're told otherwise, rent is always due and payable on the first of the month. So the tenant paid rent for the month of July on July 1st. Yes, the seller has collected rent for the entire month. Today, the tenant is the seller's. Tomorrow, the tenant is the buyer's. So the seller owes the buyer some money. Everybody see this? And at settlement, the way that's going to shake out, because the seller owes, it's going to shake out as a debit to the seller, credit to the buyer for the period of time in this month that the buyer owned the property. So the seller will owe the buyer rent for the 21st, 22nd, 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th, 31 for 11 days in July. So then we would just need to take that monthly rent and divide it by 31 to get a daily, times that by 11 days. And then we would have our entry, and it would be a write-in because I don't have a, there's not a pre-printed field for that in the closing disclosure. So we would have a write-in, debit the seller, credit the buyer for those 11 days. Questions on how we would prorate rent, why we're doing what we're doing here?
No, but you don't prorate security deposits.
You do not prorate security deposits. Is that right? Remember, we got two choices. We can either transfer it from the seller's escrow to the buyer, the new owner's escrow. We can handle all that at closing, or the seller can reimburse the tenant.
And
then
you'll
after
never see it
closing,
again.
the buyer is trying to go after the tenant. So hopefully for the buyer's case, we're just going to transfer it at closing. And I think that's the preferred, because as we have discussed, it could be a challenge for that new owner to get that security deposit back. But you're right, that money stays in whole, stays intact, because we're not supposed to touch that until the end of the tenancy. So this is just rent. Okay. The other thing we may see prorated at settlement. We're not seeing this much today, but I just can't shake the feeling that we're going to see this in the future. So let me think how I want to. All right, so let's go to closing again today. So we go to closing today. And let's say now what we need to prorate is this month's interest in a situation where the buyer is assuming the seller's loan. Again, we're not seeing this too much today, but I have a feeling we're going to be dealing with this in 5 years, 10 years, something like that. We know last year interest rates were originated at 2%, 3%. And 8 years from now, if those people are trying to sell their house and their loan is assumable, they might be able to use that as a marketing thing, right? They might be able to use that as you can originate a new loan at 8%, or you can assume my loan at 2%. Which one would be more attractive to the buyer, assuming they got some money laying around? That's going to be the key there. So when the buyer is assuming the seller's rent, or assuming the seller's loan, you know what I mean? We know if the seller made the mortgage payment on July 1st, interest is paid in arrears. Yes. So when they make that payment on July 1st, they paid June's interest. Okay. We go to closing on the 20th. The next payment is due actually on August 1st. Who's going to be making that payment on August 1st?
The buyer.
The buyer, right? Because they assume the loan. There is no loan origination. So the seller makes the payment on July 1st, the buyer makes the payment on August 1st. And when they make that payment on August 1st, they are paying July's interest. So now at settlement, we have to prorate. And again, we need to stop and ask ourselves, who owes whom? If the buyer is paying interest for the month of July, who owes whom?
The seller would owe the buyer for the interest, for the time they lived in there from 7/1 to 7/20.
She's got it.
Then would they split the 7/20 if they take ownership on this, if they're sharing the loan and the interest on that day?
Anytime we prorate between buyer and seller, the seller is responsible for the day of closing. So even in this situation, the
Okay.
seller would get to pay interest for their loan on July 20th. And we'll see that today. I think we see that today in I'm pretty sure we see that in our contract, where our contract helps us with that. And it actually says the seller's responsible when we prorate for the day of settlement.
But I can see why Deborah's asking, because it's almost like the interim interest, which goes back to the day of closure. The buyer pays that interim interest back to that day.
And that's when we're
way.
originating a new loan. But see, the buyer's not originating a new loan, are they? They're picking up the payment the next month. And, you know, the seller made the payment in July, the buyer made the payment in August. So the principal, we're not hashing out, you know, the escrow deposit will probably transfer from one party to the other. If there's money in the escrow, they may either pay the seller off, right? The lender may pay the seller out, or they could also do another debit the seller, credit the buyer for the money that's in escrow, right? So in a sense, the buyer would be paying the seller for whatever money they have in escrow. So there's a couple different ways the lender may choose to handle that. And I get your point. I do hear what you're saying. But that's why we have that rule in our contract that says the seller is responsible when we prorate. So we're not prorating the principal. We're not prorating the escrow. We're just prorating the interest, which is why we're going to have the seller responsible. So you're right. The seller's going to pay the buyer at settlement, debit the seller, credit the buyer for those first 20 days in July. This way, when the buyer goes to make that payment, that first payment on August 1st, they're not going, that's not fair. Why am I paying the whole month's interest? They're collecting that from the seller. The other piece of the buyer assuming the seller's loan, I kind of mentioned this earlier. The buyer's got to have some money in the bank. Because let's think this through. Let's just pretend that we have a sales price of $200,000. And the buyer's assuming the loan and the balance is $130,000. I got a difference of $70,000, don't I?
Mm-hmm.
So at settlement, the buyer's going to assume the $130,000, meaning the buyer's going to be responsible for that $130,000 for the next however many years. They're going to have to bring an additional $70,000 to closing, because what is the seller expecting?
Equity.
200,000.
Yeah.
So that's why we say this is only going to work if the buyer's got some money. They're going to have to make up the difference. So does a 2% interest rate seem very attractive to you? I'm sure it does. But do you have an extra $70,000 laying around that you can make the seller whole? That's what we need to do. And as I said, you guys, this isn't automatic. The lender has to approve this. The buyer has to get approved, right? It's not just anybody can do this. They'll still have to go through that same process.
And in most cases, the lender had much rather originate a new 6% loan than
Exactly.
a 2% loan.
Exactly. So
Well, it can be risky to the lender as well, because a new buyer could completely allow that loan to pay out and pay off and then go to another bank and get it. And then they just lost business, whether
they
it's
just
6
lost
or 2, they lost it.
So is the lender going to allow this is step one, right? So when you guys
Yeah.
get called to list a house 8 years from now and the seller says, hey, can my buyer send the loan? Call the lender, right? Because you're right, Ronnie, the lender's going to say, well, gee, if I can originate a new loan at 8%, I'm going to make more money. It's less risky to me. And the other thing, you guys, that we'll need to get with the seller and get their loan paperwork and look at the fine print, the seller may not be off the hook. Just because the buyer's assuming their loan, they may still have some liability, some responsibility if the event that the buyer defaults. So there's a lot of what ifs and caveats. I understand that. And it all may come down to that lender and their agreement.
All right, if that original loan, like most of them are, if it was a conventional and it got sold off to in the secondary market, would actually the Freddie Mac, Fannie Mae be the one to actually make that call on if it's assumable or not?
So all FHA and VA loans can be assumable. It
would
may
they be
just
making-
depend on whether or not they
But
will allow
would
it.
would they be making the decision, or would Bank of America or Truist, Deborah's favorite, would it be making the decision on whether it can be assumed by the next party?
I would think whomever currently has the note. So if that's Bank of America that's currently holding it, then they would be the ones that would,
But
you
if
know, I don't know.
but if it's already in the secondary market, like most are,
Now we got to talk to whomever's holding it in the secondary market. That's right.
Well,
That's
I
right.
would think there, Ronnie, it would be similar if a current owner did a refinance. I mean, they're having to call that back out of the secondary market, re-paper it, and then
There
resell
you
it.
go. So
okay.
I think it's going to depend on the individual lender. And like we said, FHA and VA loans can be assumed. Does that mean that they will be? I don't know, but they can be. Conventional loans of $150,000 or more can be assumed. Now, again, does it come down to the individual lender if we're going to do it? That's where the process begins. So just keep this in the back of your mind. I would not be surprised if this is something we're dealing with, because the seller is going to hear on Yahoo News that, you know, you can sell your house faster because the buyer can assume your loan, right? And that's all the seller's going to hear. So they're going to call you and say, no, I want to do this because Yahoo News said I could sell my house faster. So this is going to be one of these things as it start happening in the future. It's not happening right just yet, that we need to be aware of. The other thing I want to mention about the buyer assuming the seller's loan, if it's assumable and it all works out and the seller's lender allows it, guys, remember what Regulation Z says. We need to be really careful in our advertising about the use of trigger terms, and specifying the interest rate is a trigger term. So if you put in MLS that you can assume the seller's loan with a 2.9% interest rate, you have just hit a trigger term. So when you advertise that in MLS, you need to say seller's loan is assumable, period, and end it there. Do not put a specific number, because once you put that specific number, you've hit that trigger term. Other questions or comments on that? Okay. So y'all like my whiteboard? I remember we went on Zoom, so many people like spend all this money for a whiteboard. I don't know, I guess I'm just too frugal. I'm like, I'm gonna use Word. So where we left each other on Monday, we're in the throes of our offer to purchase and contract discussion. We made it through the first provision, which is the longest one, about 2.5 pages. We spend the first 2.5 pages just defining things. And then we get into fixtures and fixture exceptions. We had a discussion on personal property. And now where we are is in provision 4. Remember, we said provisions 4, 5, and 6 are all about the buyer. So if you're working with a buyer, we need to make sure that they see these. I mean, the seller, it's available to the seller as well, but specifically the buyer, these are the provisions that pertain to them. So provision 4 is about the buyer's due diligence. We talked about the importance of conducting the due diligence during the due diligence period. We can always ask for an extension, but the seller is not obligated to grant an extension. And then we said there are certain things that the buyer should consider inspecting and investigating during their due diligence period. First and foremost being the loan. The loan process is the longest part of the contract to closing process. So we need to get the lender on board today, right? We go under contract, yay, you have a signed contract in your hand, get that thing to the lender. Get them started on it today so we don't have to delay closing. And then we kind of looked at, and we talked a lot about this stuff in Unit 14. So we didn't go through it as detailed here as what we did in 14. But various things that the buyer should consider investigating, but understanding that it's not included, it's not limited to the following. So if there's something the buyer wants to inspect or investigate that's not on this list, our answer is okie doke, let's do it. Because remember, if it's important to my buyer or seller, then it's important to me. So if my buyer wants something checked out, or they want to have mom and dad come over and put their eye on it, I've not had this happen, but I've had other agents say that during the due diligence, the buyers want to bring the priest over to sense the vibes in the house. So exactly, if your buyer wants to bring the priest over, you're going to say, okie doke, let's do it. Y'all want to hear a cute story? One of the very first post licensing classes I ever taught, 302. And there was a young lady in the class, and she was young. She didn't have any real estate experience, not much life experience, right? She was really young. And she got her very first buyer client under contract. And then she came to post licensing. So she was telling us in post licensing that everything was going smoothly, everything was going normal, and they went under contract and everybody was so excited. And she was talking to them about doing your investigations and your inspections. And that couple looked at her and they said, so we've been talking to this 1-800 fortune teller, and our 1-800 fortune teller told us that we needed to put some kind of ceramic bunny in the house, and depending on what this bunny did or did not do would tell us the vibes of the house, if it was good vibes or not. And this poor girl called her Bic and said, what do I do? And her Bic said, you get the damn bunny in the house. Because if it was important to your buyers, then it should be important to you. It's not up for me to say that's the silliest thing I've ever heard of in my entire life. You guys with me? It's not up for me to say it's ridiculous to have the priest come over. I'm not the one living here. I'm not the one that has to be comfortable. So that is, the ceramic bunny is by far the most outlandish story I have ever heard. That poor girl, I will say, gosh, how long ago has that been? 5 years, something like that. I will say she's still in the business. So it didn't chase her off. I see her pop up on Facebook every once in a while. So
Didn't you wonder if that buyer was messing with her?
There was a bunny. No, I know, right?
My dad loves to play practical jokes and just be silly. And I could just see him doing something like that,
Something
just to
like
see
that.
how far.
Tell her we're talking to a fortune teller. Isn't that something? So, again, you guys, it's not up to me. So that's where we ended Monday. Any questions about anything of the contract that we've talked about so far?
No.
So far, so good. Still under the buyer's due diligence, sale or lease of existing property. As noted in 5B below, which we'll get to, unless otherwise provided in an addendum, this contract is not conditioned upon the sale or lease of another property owned by the buyer. Therefore, if the buyer must sell or lease other real property in order to qualify for a new loan or to otherwise complete the purchase of the property, buyers should seek to close on the buyer's other property prior to the end of due diligence period, or be reasonably satisfied that closing on buyer's other property will take place prior to the settlement date of this contract. What we need to get from this paragraph, there is no contingency. There is not a contingency of, I can't buy your house until I sell mine. Okay. The buyer needs to make sure, ideally, if they can have reasonably satisfied while we're still in due diligence, that would be for real. I don't know how much is still happening, but there was a time in the not so recent past that people were selling and buying on the same day, but there were contingencies built into the contract back in those days as well. I feel like since we've taken that out, that we're not seeing that as much. Maybe we even a couple day lapse, or a week or 2 weeks, whatever. But either way, now let me ask you guys this. Can the parties agree to add a contingency? Can the parties agree to? Absolutely. So even though we don't have a contingency, the parties can pretty much agree to anything. We used to have a contingent sale addendum. That form has been retired. And I mentioned that for a couple reasons. One, you could probably go to Google and still get your hands on it, right? Once it's out there, and there is no taking it back. The other thing we need to be aware of that is because we no longer have a pre-printed form, but from NCAR that we're allowed to use, because that form has been retired, if you do find yourself in a situation where we're going to do a contingency on the sale or lease of existing property, you need to have an attorney draft something up, because we don't have a form for that anymore. We'll see a little bit more about that when we get to paragraph 5B. Repair improvement negotiation agreement. Buyer acknowledges and understands the following, unless the parties agree otherwise. To me, this is the most important sentence in this contract. The property is being sold in its current condition. Buyer, the seller doesn't have to do any repairs. Why? Because the property is being sold in its current condition. Seller may, but is not required to engage in negotiations for repairs and improvements of the property. This was another change made on July 1st. The verbiage is the same, but they gave us bullet points. And I think the bullet points kind of help pull it away from the paragraph, especially buyers don't like this first bullet point. So especially when we're having the conversation with buyers, it helps us see it where we can point this out, have that conversation a little bit better. Buyer is advised to make any repair improvement requests in sufficient time to allow negotiations to be concluded prior to the expiration of the due diligence period. Any agreement that the parties may reach with respect to repairs improvements is in addition to this contract that must be in writing and signed by the parties in accordance with paragraph 19. And of course, we'll get there. Got a blue note that tells us to see paragraph 8C about access to the property and paragraph 8M about negotiated repairs and improvements. So we'll see that as well when we get there. Again, the contract, we mentioned the other day, the contract's really good about telling us to use an addendum when we need to use an addendum. It's also good about directing us to other places in the contract to talk about the same thing. So if we can kind of pay attention to that, we can. Buyer's obligation to repair damage. Buyer shall, at buyer's expense, promptly repair any damage to the property resulting from any activities of buyer and buyer's agents and contractors, but buyer shall not be responsible for any damage caused by accepted practices either approved by the North Carolina Home Inspector, Licensure Board, or applicable to any other North Carolina licensed professional performing reasonable appraisals, tests, surveys, examinations, and inspections of the property. This repair obligation shall survive any termination of this contract. This is a big one. Let's break this down. Buyer shall, at buyer's expense, repair any damage to the property resulting from any activities, any of their activities. So if the home inspector damages the property, who gets to pay for it? Buyer. Does the buyer need to be aware of that? Sure. Is that another good reason not to send your buyer to Google to find a home inspector to make sure that do people make mistakes? Of course they do. But if they're certified, if they're experienced, then those mistakes may be less likely to happen. And then it goes on to say, except for those damages caused by accepted practices. So if it's just in the normal course of doing business, the best example I can think of this, and I don't know if you guys have been able to see a home inspection report yet, other than when you purchased a home. But one thing, and this makes me giggle every time, one thing the home inspector will do if they've detected rotting wood, maybe on a windowsill or a door frame, one thing they'll do, because you guys know if you've seen a home inspection report, they take lots of pictures, right? So one thing they'll do, they'll take their screwdriver and they'll jam it in the wood and then take a picture of it. That's their accepted practice. They are showing you that this wood is soft, right? They didn't damage the property by jamming their screwdriver in there. They're just showing you this wood was damaged. If this wasn't soft wood, I wouldn't be able to stick my screwdriver in there. So that would be an example of something that they didn't damage the property. They're just showing you that it was. And then the last sentence, the repair obligation shall survive any termination of this contract. So the buyer has the home inspection, the home inspector damages the property somehow. Maybe they put a gouge in the side of the house with their ladder, right? Somehow they damage the property. Buyer terminates or seller terminates, the buyer is still on the hook. So they can't terminate and get out of it. This is going to survive that termination. What questions about this paragraph? There's a lot that goes going on here.
Pretty straightforward.
Okay. And by the way, before the home inspector will go out, they make their buyer sign something. And I doubt the buyers are reading it because we talked about how much we sit down and read terms and conditions. I'm almost certain somewhere in those terms and conditions, it says, yeah, if I damage the property, you can't sue me, right? So could the buyer go after the home inspector? My gut tells me they signed something saying that they couldn't. I don't know that for sure, but you know, if I were a home inspector, you better believe I'd have something like that in there. Yet another good reason to recommend qualified people with experience that know what they're doing. Indemnify, buyer will indemnify and hold the seller harmless from all loss, damages, claims, suits, or costs, which shall arise out of any contract, agreement, or injury to any person or property as a result of any activities of buyer and buyer's agents and contractors relating to the property, except for any loss, damage, claim, suit, or cost arising out of pre-existing conditions of the property and or out of the seller's negligence or willful acts or omissions. Again, this indemnity shall survive this contract and any termination hereof. Buyer's right to terminate. Provided that buyer has delivered any agreed upon due diligence fee. I think that's pretty important. Buyer shall have the right to terminate this contract for any reason or no reason by delivering to seller written notice of termination during the due diligence period as agreed upon, written extension or any agreed upon, written extension of the due diligence period, time being of the essence. If the buyer timely delivers termination notice, his contract shall be terminated and the earnest money deposit shall be refunded to the buyer. So we got that spelled out for us right there. Remember, due diligence is completely negotiable. So if the buyer offers $1 and the seller accepts $1, our due diligence fee is one whole dollar. Okay, so it's a completely negotiable term and agreed upon, gives the buyer the right to terminate for any reason or no reason. And all they have to do is deliver written notice. They don't have to tell the seller why they're terminating if they don't want to. All they have to do is provide written notice of termination. Now we have a whole slew of termination forms. We're not going to get into those in this class, but if you do ever have to terminate, you'll have access to those forms in your NCAR forms. And as long as they do so within due diligence, time being of the essence, earnest money shall be refunded to the buyer. And then the last thing under the buyer's due diligence, all caps and in bold, closing shall constitute acceptance of the property in its then existing condition unless provision is otherwise made in writing. Congratulations, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer. This house and all its problems are now yours. Here are the keys. This is why they have that opportunity. They know the problems, right? Because they've been doing their inspections and their investigations. They've been learning about the property. Again, now knowing what they know, did they decide to move forward with or terminate the contract?
And they had the ceramic bunny.
And they had the ceramic bunny. Isn't that something? I said that poor girl. Questions on provision 4 is the buyer's due diligence.
Now, when we're talking about the home inspection, the last house I sold with everybody coming and going, realtors, prospective buyers, everybody. The only person that radar growled at was the home inspector.
Really?
Yeah.
Because he knew he was there to point out the problems, the
Right.
negatives, and he didn't want
And there is no perfect house.
there is no such thing as a perfect house.
And I think home inspectors take that on as a challenge. You know, how deep do I have to dig to show that I'm really doing my job?
Right. And some dig deeper than others, you know. Some home inspectors have a reputation of being a deal killer. You know, others you kind of like, gosh, I wish I could have got a little bit more, you know.
Yeah.
About the closing, we're going to see in just a minute. The contract mentions the buyer doing their final walkthrough. While we're at this provision, I think this is one reason why it's so important that we do that final walkthrough as close to settlement as we possibly can. Because at settlement, at closing, the buyer is signing that they accept the property and it's then in current condition. So if we didn't see it today or yesterday, how does the buyer know what they're signing? How do they know what they're accepting? I try to do my final walkthrough on my way to the attorney's office. And if I can't do it, then I do it as late as I can the night before. I try to get it as close to settlement as I possibly can.
The day before closing on this last property, I went there to take out the last few things out of the basement, and it was cold. It was in January, and 2 sets of gas logs, one upstairs, one downstairs. I'm like, hey, you know, it's cold. I've been going in and out. I'll turn on the gas logs. Been working for years. Wouldn't come on. So I call, or my wife calls the heating and air guy, and he's there when the folks come through to do the final walkthrough. So I'm like, oh, by the way, here's your new heating and air guy. And so he showed him how all the gas logs worked, and it was a really good exchange. It was like,
yeah,
you couldn't wait one more day.
right. Did they get a little nervous? I would have gotten, if I show up for my final walkthrough and there's the heat and air guy truck in my truck in the driveway, I would have been like, you know, just a little.
But I put a positive spin on it. I wasn't going to leave a problem.
That, you know, and I, because Ronnie, you know how many sellers would say, I didn't see that, and then move on, you know, and when the buyer called the next day, be like, it was fine last time, you know, so thank you for restoring faith in humankind.
It wasn't an inexpensive property. So
there you go. All right, paragraph or provision 5, excuse me, is the buyer representations. These are representations that the buyer is making to the seller. The seller should be able to rely on this information when deciding if they want to enter into a contract with this buyer. So it's got to be accurate. First, buyer representation, the buyer has to represent how they're going to pay for it, the funds to complete the purchase. We're told to check if applicable. First up is cash. Buyer intends to pay cash in order to purchase the property and does not intend to obtain a loan or funds from sources other than buyer's own assets. Verification of cash available for settlement is or is not attached. And then we have a blue note. If buyer does not intend to obtain a new loan and or funds from sources other than buyer's own assets, the seller is advised prior to signing this offer to obtain documentation from buyer which demonstrates that buyer will be able to close on the property without the necessity of obtaining a loan or funds from sources other than the buyer's own assets. So if you're presenting an offer without a proof of funds, and for some reason the seller accepts that offer, here's a note here where the seller's saying, look, before you sign this thing, you need to see a proof of funds letter from the bank. Don't have your buyers print out their most recent bank statement and attach it. What we need to do is have them call their bank. They can request a letter that says, as of this date, there is X amount available in the bank. And they don't have to tell them how much is in the account. They just need to tell them, I would say, cover the purchase price and any inspections, right? Let the seller know that the buyer has that money. Now, you don't have to disclose every single penny you got, but at least enough to buy the house and pay for, get through due diligence. So the seller should absolutely want to see that. So one option to complete the purchase is with cash, or if the buyer is going to get a loan or other funds. Buyer intends to obtain a loan and or other funds to purchase the property from the following sources. So we have a first mortgage loan. Buyer intends to obtain a first mortgage loan of the following type in order to purchase the property. They're going to get an FHA or a VA loan. If so, we're told to attach the FHA VA financing addendum. This is one of the ones we will look at. Conventional USDA or other, and the principal amount of whatever, plus any finance VA funding fee or FHA mortgage insurance premium or MIP. Kind of that same little exercise if they're going to get two loans. So if they need two loans to purchase the home, buyer intends to obtain a second mortgage loan of the following type in order to purchase. And then there's a place for other. Buyer intends to obtain funds from other sources in order to purchase. Here's a blue note. Buyer's obligation under this contract are not conditioned upon obtaining any loans or other funds from sources other than buyer's own assets. Some mortgage loan programs and other programs providing funds for the purchase of property selected by buyer may impose repair obligations and or additional conditions or costs upon the seller or buyer, and more information may be needed. Material changes with respect to funding the purchase of the property that affect the terms of the contract are material facts that must be disclosed. If, for example, we'll see when we look at that FHA VA financing addendum, if the buyer's getting a VA loan, the pest inspection is required. Very rarely is the buyer allowed to pay for that pest inspection. So we're going to see that would be an example of some things that the seller may need to, cost upon the seller. We'll see that when we look at our FHA VA financing addendum. They used to have, I guess they just took this out, not this past time, but maybe last July. But they used to have something in here if it was a, what do they call those, down payment assistant programs, because some of those may require repair obligations or additional costs of the seller. So now I kind of feel like they lumped that all together. But I think bottom line, if the seller's on the hook for anything, that is something that the buyer would have to represent to the seller. I mentioned earlier when we talked about other property, we used to have the contingent sale addendum. When that form retired, they took a lot of that verbiage from that form and they put it into our offer to purchase and contract under buyer representations. So B is other property. Buyer does or does not have to sell or lease other real property in order to qualify for a new loan or to complete the purchase. And then we're told to complete the following only if the buyer does have to sell or lease other real property. So if you say does not, you can stop here, right? Only if you say does, we have to go on. We need to list the other property address. What's the property that the buyer has to sell or lease? We're told to check if applicable. Buyer's other property is under contract as of the date of this offer, and a copy of the contract has either been previously provided to the seller or accompanies this offer. Buyer may mark out any confidential information, such as the purchase price and the buyer's identity, prior to providing a copy of the contract to the seller. So remember, the buyer in this case is the person that's buying the buyer's house, right? So we can get a Sharpie and cross that through. Failure to provide a copy of the contract shall not prevent this offer from becoming a binding contract. However, all caps, seller is strongly encouraged to obtain and review the contract on buyer's property prior to accepting this offer. So we're under contract, we're making an offer. I want you to consider this. Here's the information. Buyer's other property is not under contract as of the date of this offer. Buyer's property, and then we're told to check only one of the following options. So buyer's property is listed with and actively marketed by a broker, will be listed with and actively marketed by a broker, or the buyer's attempting to sell or lease without the assistance of a broker. So they're attempting to go for sale by owner. Our blue note says this contract is not conditioned upon the sale, lease, or closing of buyers of the property. If the parties agree to make this contract conditioned on the sale or lease or closing of buyers of the property, an appropriate contingency addendum should be drafted by a North Carolina real estate attorney and added to this contract. Then we have performance of buyer's financial obligation. To the best of the buyer's knowledge, there are no other circumstances or conditions existing as of the date of this offer that would prohibit buyer from performing buyer's financial obligations in accordance with this contract, except as may be specifically set forth herein. If the buyer is, I don't know, maybe they're facing bankruptcy or something, for example. If it could affect their performance, their financial obligation, they need to disclose that to the seller. Buyer needs to make representations about the RPODs, Residential Property and Owners Association disclosure, and the MOG. We're just going to go through one of these because the verbiage is the same for both, but when you're worth your buyer, we need to go through both. Buyer has received a signed copy of the RPODs or MOG prior to making this offer and acknowledges compliance with this North Carolina general statute. Please understand, when the buyer checks this box or when we're filling this out and the buyer is signing the RPOs and the MOG, they're not agreeing to how it's filled out. They're not saying, yes, I'm satisfied that the seller said no representation. What they are agreeing to is the fact that they have received it. And that's it. And that's what that first bullet point is saying. They have received it prior to making this offer. Our second option here, buyer has not received a signed copy of the RPODs or MOG in the next paragraph prior to making this offer and shall have the right to terminate or withdraw without penalty. And that does include a refund of due diligence fee prior to whichever the following occurs first. So either the end of the third calendar day following receipt, the end of the third calendar day of the effective date, or if settlement or occupancy has already happened. So if the buyer hasn't received it, it could be an out for them. Again, we're not looking for how the seller completes it. We just need to get it in the buyer's hand. So if we can't get it to the buyer hasn't received it, they could have an out. Or the RPODs or the MOG could be exempt. Why? And we need to put the reason in. We're told that if we see the guidelines to complete the offer to purchase and contract, we can see allowable reasons why the RPODs and the MOG would be exempt. A little bit more about the MOG. Buyer's receipt of the MOG statement does not modify or limit the obligations of the seller under paragraph 8G below of this contract and shall not constitute the assumption or approval by buyer of any severance of mineral and oil or gas rights except as may be assumed or specifically approved by buyer in writing. Our blue note says the parties are advised to consult with an attorney prior to signing this contract, if severance of mineral and or oil and gas rights have occurred. Severance of mineral and oil and gas rights is a very legal thing and that can get very complex very fast. So you and I don't need to get involved in this whatsoever. We need to get our buyers, if we do find out that they've been severed or they intend to sever, the seller intends to sever, we need to get that to our buyer, get our buyer to an attorney as soon as we can. Questions on buyer representations? Doing good? Okay, let's take a break. So let's take 10. When we come back, we will talk about buyer obligations. All right. Provision 6 is all about the buyer's obligations, things that they're obligated to do. First off, we have responsibility for special assessment. Buyer shall take title to all special assessments that may be approved following settlement. So any special assessment that might be on the table now for discussion that doesn't get approved until after settlement, now the buyer's the owner and they're going to be responsible for it. We'll see in just a second if the seller is aware of anything. They need to let the buyer know that anything that's not been approved yet, the buyer will be on the hook for once they're the owner. Responsibility for certain costs. Buyer shall be responsible for all costs with respect to obtaining the loan, charges by an owners association or a management company of the association under paragraph 9B, which we'll see below. The appraisal, title search, title insurance, any fee charged by the closing attorney for preparation of the closing disclosure, seller disclosure, and any other settlement statement, recording the deed, and preparation and recording of all instruments required to secure the balance of the purchase price unpaid at settlement. So it actually spells out the buyer's cost for us. I remember earlier when we were talking about the buyer's due diligence, it also told us the buyer is responsible for all their due diligence costs as well. So we can kind of roll those in together. Authorization to disclose information. Buyer authorizes the buyer's lender, their real estate agent, and closing attorney to provide this contract to any appraiser employed by buyer or buyer's lender, and to release and disclose any buyer's closing disclosure, settlement statement, or disbursement summary, or any information therein to the parties to this transaction, their agent, and the lender. One of the things, when the lender orders the appraisal, they send the appraiser the offer to purchase and contract. Now, you know, I don't know the appraiser's process. I know some appraisers will go out and get their guesstimate estimate and then look at the contract. Others will look at the contract and then go out and do their thing. So I'm not, you know, I don't know about what the appraiser's part of it, but the thing is they do need to have access to that. And the buyer is giving the lender here permission to send that to the appraiser so they can do their thing. Questions on buyer's obligations? Nope. So 4, 5, and 6 were about the buyer. Then provisions 7 and 8 are all about the seller. So if you're working with the seller, again, I mean, they have access to the whole thing. Guys, we should be given this sample contract out, you know, our buyer consultation, our listing appointment, right, very early in our relationships. But to specifically point out 7 and 8. As a side note, I love this. I used to work with a woman that would color code her offer to purchase and contract. So anytime it talked about the buyer, she would highlight it like blue. And anytime it talked about the seller, she would highlight it yellow. Anytime it talked about money, she would highlight it green. So then when she had that contract to hand out to potential prospective buyers and sellers, she could say, you're the buyer, pay attention to all the blue stuff. Isn't that kind of clever?
I like that.
Yeah, yeah. And then of course she would just, you know, when they updated the form, she'd have to go back through and do it, but then she'd still have her master. I like it a whole lot too. I think I mean, let's be honest, you got your highlighter right there. I mean, if you're the seller or buyer, you know, a 16-page offer to purchase and contract can be a little intimidating. So, and your sticky tabs, I know you like your sticky tabs. So that might be something that makes it less intimidating for them, right? So 7 is the seller representations. Again, this is information about the seller that the buyer should be able to accurately rely on when deciding if they want to enter into a contract with the seller. So the first thing the seller has to represent is ownership. Seller represents that the seller has owned the property for at least 1 year, has owned the property for less than 1 year, or does not yet own the property. This information is available in MLS. So if you, the buyer's agent, are completing the offer to purchase and contract, you should be able to rely on seller ownership in MLS. Ronnie, I see a big question mark on your face, and I'm thinking it does not yet own the property.
Yeah, it's hard to sell something you don't own.
So The example, the time on that I have seen was a situation where the buyer was building and the builder was going to buy the land, build on it, and then sell the whole thing to the buyer. So while we're entering into the contract, the builder was still in the process of purchasing the land. So in that case, that is the only time I've ever seen that apply. I agree with you. It's hard to sell something you don't own. But that's the only time I've ever seen it was when the builder was, and I don't know how far away closing was, like if it's tomorrow or next week or next month, but they were in process. So they had to represent, even though that was the plan and we knew what was going to happen, they still had to represent that they didn't own that property yet.
Okay.
That's the only time I've ever been aware of that being used. Why do we care if they've owned it for less than a year? Why would we care about that?
Another good question.
I think
Another
you
good question.
know, well, sometimes it's a flip. It was done right.
That's it. That's it. So the lender may need to be aware, because if it's a flip, right, they may have some additional questions, want to get some additional information. I had to learn this the hard way. There's a thing with FHA loans, for example, that says that the seller can't contract until they've owned the property for 90 days. How did I learn this, you ask? I had flippers that were flipping a house, investors flipping a house. They went in and did their thing. I put it on the market. We got an offer come in. We went under contract. The lender called us and said, the seller has only owned this for 89 days. They said underwriting will kick it back because it didn't have the full 90 days. So we just all, hung out. We were patient, just chilled for a day. And then the next day we had everybody sign everything. So our dates reflected that 90 day. So that absolutely may be something that the lender, particularly if it's a flip, absolutely. We learn as we go, don't we?
Absolutely.
I had no clue. And neither did the buyer's agent. Both of us were like, really? So. Seller represents about lead-based paint. Property is residential, was built prior to, there's that 1978. If that's the case, we're told to attach the lead-based paint or lead-based paint hazard disclosure addendum. We'll see that form in just a bit. Seller represents about owners association and dues. Seller authorizes and directs any owners association, any management company of the owners association, any insurance company, and any attorney who has previously represented the seller to release to the buyer, buyer's agent, representative, closing attorney, or lender true and accurate copies of the following items affecting the property, including any amendments. So here's our seller statement of account, master insurance policy, declaration and restrictive covenants, rules and regulations, articles of incorporations, bylaws, current financial statement of the owners association, parking restrictions, and architectural guidelines. I think it's worth noting that this exact same list, word for word, also shows up in our listing agreement. So we can have this conversation with our seller back in the day when we're listing it, because you know what, a good buyer's agent's going to ask for it, right? So if we can have the conversation with the sellers early on and have them start working on getting this stuff, so when that buyer's agent does ask for it, we know that we have it ready to go. And then we're going to specify the name of the association, who regular assessment dues are X amount per month, per quarter, per year, however they're billed. Name, address, and telephone number of the president of the owners association or the association manager is, and then the association website, if any. And then we go through that little exercise again. Some places have more than one owners association. For example, you might have places that have a mandatory owners association and then an optional for the pool, right? So we would have to disclose both. Obviously, disclosing that second one is optional. Again, as the buyer's agent, we're the one filling this. This information can be found on the RPODs, for example, the Owners Association disclosure. So as the buyer's agent, since we're the ones that starting this, we're the ones that are initiating this, we're looking a lot at MLS, at what has been uploaded, and, you know, kind of relying on that. Fuel tank and fuel. It's of my opinion that this is probably the biggest change made to the offer to purchase and contract July 1st. So fuel tank used to be discussed in several different places in the contract. Like you had to go out and find all the places it was talked about. So what they did, and I think is pretty smart, is they took fuel tank and just put it in one place for us. Thank you, Forms Committee. Now we don't have to hunt and peck. So about fuel tank and fuel, to the best of the seller's knowledge, there is or is not a fuel tank located on the property. If yes, complete the following. So if we say no, we can go on. Tank 1 and tank 2, the use is currently in use or not currently in use. The ownership, it's owned or leased. If leased, then we're going to put the name and contact information of the provider. Is it an above ground or below ground? Is it oil, propane, gasoline, or other? And the name and contact information of the fuel vendor. So we have the option for 2 tanks if they're on the property. Tank included in the sale. Buyer and seller agree that any tank described above that is owned by seller shall be included in the sale as part of the purchase price, free of liens, unless excluded in paragraph 2E above. 2E above was our fixture exceptions. So if for some reason the fuel tank isn't going to be included in the sale, then we need to go back to the fixture exceptions and make sure we accept that. Fuel, this is the big one. Fuel is the one that will put buyers and sellers in court faster than anything I have seen. Seller may use the fuel in the tank described above through settlement, but may not otherwise remove the fuel or resell it. Any fuel remaining in the tank as of settlement shall be included in the sale as part of the purchase price, free of liens. Seller's use of fuel in any fuel tank is subject to seller's obligation under paragraph 8C below to provide working existing utilities through the earlier closing or buyer possession. If the seller, this is when it always comes up, the seller just paid $500 to have that filled, and now they're trying to sell their house and they're saying, I'm going to lose that $500. That's not fair. Well, then tack on another $500 to your purchase price, right? It's going to be included in the sale. You're not going to get your fuel back. You can't take it back. What are you going to do? Put it in jugs and move it with you? So they reworded that fuel section to be, I think it's pretty clear now that the seller needs to leave it behind. And if the seller has an issue with what they're leaving behind, just include it in the purchase price. And that way they know they're getting that money. Sometimes on fuel tanks, you can see gauges and you can see the level. So that might be something, you know, as agents, we could kind of snap a picture of that, you know, to have proof that there is fuel, how much fuel, that kind of thing. But I think the contract is doing a much better job of clarifying that and how that fuel does not transfer at settlement.
Julie, if I remember years ago when I did this 2006, fuel.
This has always been a pain.
Well, I think it used to give the option for them to measure the amount of fuel and do a prorate back on the tank based on what was paid with the bill of sale, and then what was remaining, and the buyer would pay the seller for the balance. But this is so much easier.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Because now, like you said, it'd have to have it measured. I mean, what am I going to do? Show up with my dipstick? You know, so to have it measured, you'd have to have somebody come out. We'd have to have documentation, and we're prorating fuel. Are you kidding me? So today, the seller's going to leave it behind. If they want their $485, then we just tack it on the purchase price, and voila, everybody should be happy. So I agree, Deborah. It's definitely, it seems like each revision, it gets a little simpler and a little simpler. So
I always thought fuel, whenever I would go through this before, I always thought, oh my gosh, fuel is going to ruin this deal.
I'm not going to sell that house, right? I'm not going to deal with that. I hear you. A couple notes about fuel. Buyers shall be entitled to conduct inspections to confirm the existence, type and ownership of any fuel tank located on the property. Buyers advised to consult with owner of any leased fuel tank regarding the terms under which buyer may lease the tank and obtain fuel. And our second note tells us that state law provides that it is unlawful for any persons other than the supplier or the owner of the fuel supply tank to disconnect, interrupt, or fill the supply tank with liquefied petroleum gas or propane without the consent of the supplier. So the seller can't get mad and take the fuel tank with them, right? They can't touch it. And here's a little note reminding us of that. I think this is, I was pleased to see this with the revisions. I think this is gonna squash a lot of concerns. Questions on our seller representations?
So,
Provision 8, yeah.
so all the facts related to a fuel tank are or are not represented in MLS.
Say that again.
All related facts related to the sale of a property where there is fuel or fuel tanks
Mhm.
and leased, you know, whether it's leased, who the leasing is, what have you, or leaseor is, would that all be in MLS or should be?
I'm gonna say it could be, it's not required, but we just have to disclose, right? So, you know, MLS would be the easy place to put it. But if you don't want to put it in MLS, then you would still need to get that information to the buyer. So maybe when you have a showing scheduled, you know, you could send that information to the buyer's agent. So, you know, when they say we have to disclose, they don't necessarily dictate the platform that we deliver the information.
Yeah, I guess the reason I'm asking that is because in the offer to purchase, when the buyer agent is completing this to present, you know, to send over to the seller agent, is there ever a situation where that information isn't known at the time and you're in a quick hurry because you're at the deadline, that the seller agent would finish populating that as a acceptance?
Generally not. So if it's not provided MLS, if you're in a hurry, send it, then that's going to be the part of their response, right? There is a fuel tank. So, you know, again, I think it would be the most convenient thing, but you know, you're right. And if you don't have the time to call and say, hey, is there a fuel tank? I mean, when you show the property, if there's one sitting out here beside the house, then yeah, you can see that. But what if it's underground, right? What if it's, you know, what if it's not easily detected? So sometimes you may have to pick up the phone to call.
I guess I'm thinking of a situation where you've got a buyer, you're going out, you're looking at multiple properties in a single day. You're trying to get them all viewed so they can make a decision. And then let's say it comes right up against the end of the day, and this might be one of those situations where say we're accepting all offers by 5 p.m. and it's 4:45.
Yep.
And then they say, oh, you know what? Now that I've seen these houses, I really want to make an offer on that house. Now you have to start this process, but maybe you didn't ask because you didn't even know you're looking at 5 houses today.
Yep.
You don't.
Yep.
So you're trying to get through it. You
I
might
agree.
know there's a tank, but you may not know. I guess
The information.
Yeah, I guess my point to my question is it okay to extend the offer without this section being identified or completed?
If there is a fuel tank, then we need to, you know, complete it out. And if you're on a deadline and you can't get it, then that's going to be their counter, right? That's going to be their response.
Okay.
I'd like to stand here and tell you that all agents are good about communicating, so that the listing agent is going to say, hey, there's a fuel tank and here's the information. I'd really like to stand here and tell you that, but I'm not going to lie to you guys. Not everybody is as good as others. So you may, you know, you may have 2 weeks to write up the offer and still not get a response from the listing agent, right? So time may not, I mean, some are just more challenging than others, you know, so it is. So, yeah, and that's kind of the problem without there being a requirement, right? Because this listing agent may put it in MLS, but another one you may have to hunt down and, you know, so what I say to you is when you're completing the offer for your buyer, complete it to the best of your knowledge. And if there is, you know, something not completed right, especially in this section, because this section is seller representations. So really all we have to rely on is what, if anything, is in MLS, right? What if they don't upload the RPOs? Now I don't have the owners association information. So it's only as good as the information provided to me by the listing agent. Some do better than others. Is that a nice way of putting that?
Yeah.
Seller obligations is provision 8. Probably their biggest obligation is to provide evidence of title, payoff statement, and non-foreign status. Seller agrees to use their best efforts to provide to the closing attorney as soon as reasonably possible after the effective date, copies of all title information in possession of or available to the seller, including but not limited to title insurance policies, attorney's opinions on title, surveys, covenants, deeds, notes, deeds of trust, leases, easements relating to the property. So whatever the attorney needs to prove that the seller can hand off clear marketable title, the seller needs to comply. That's pretty much what we're saying. That the attorney says, I need this, this, and this, the seller needs to use their best efforts to provide that requested information to the closing attorney. Sellers shall provide to the closing attorney all information needed to obtain a written payoff statement from any lender regarding any security interest in the property as soon as reasonably possible after the effective date. And seller designates the closing attorney as seller's agent with the express authority to request and obtain on seller's behalf payoff statement and or short pay statements from any such lenders. So one of the things we now know doing the closing disclosure, one of the things that the seller will have to get or give permission to the attorney to get is how much they owe. And that payoff statement is calculated through the day of closing. So we may have to wait until closer to closing before we can get that amount down to the penny. If closing gets delayed, then we need to recalculate that. In all my years, the paralegal or the attorney has been the one to reach out to the seller's lender to request that information, except for one. I had one closing and the attorney called me days before settlement and said, when are we going to get your seller's payoff? And I said, I said, what do you, and they said, yeah. I said, yeah, we're not going to call your seller needs. All right, let me call my seller. So I've only had one, but everybody else is called on the seller's behalf. I did not know what to do, but we figured it out. We got the information.
Most attorneys wouldn't trust secondhand information.
Thank you.
They would
Thank
wanna
you. I was
be
like, my
engaged.
seller can tell you whatever they want to tell you, you know? So, but they said, no, we don't do that. Just as an FYI, I will never name drop, but just as an FYI, that attorney was in Mount Airy. So unless you're working up there, everybody in the triads always just call, like you said, Ronnie, now they get it, have it themselves down to the penny. Yeah, my seller was like, what do I do? I was like, I don't know. Tell them you're closing on this date and you need an amount. You know, we figured it out. Another learning experience. If the seller is not a foreign person as defined by the Foreign Investment and Real Property Tax Act, seller shall also provide to the closing attorney a non-foreign status affidavit and pursuant to the Foreign Investment and Real Property Tax Act. In the event seller shall not provide this affidavit, seller acknowledges that there may be withholding as provided by the Internal Revenue Code. So the non-foreign status affidavit is one of the forms that the seller signs. If the seller is a foreign individual, then they may have additional taxes, and that's just what that's saying. I did a post licensing class earlier this year, and the lady was licensed in Florida, and she was moving up here, and she lived in Miami. So they dealt a lot with, you know, foreign persons. They dealt a lot with this. I think a lot more with than what we're going to see here. But in the event you have somebody that's a foreign individual, there may be some additional taxes.
Miami is a different country.
Yes. Yes. And just hearing her talk, I mean, Florida's a different state. Just hearing her talk about, they don't have like buyer's agency in Florida, you know? And I was like, whoa, you know, so anytime you cross the state line, things just kind of look tend to look a little different. Authorization to disclose information. Seller authorizes any attorney presently or previously representing the seller to release and disclose any title insurance policy on such attorney's file to buyer and both buyers and sellers, agents and attorneys, the property title insurance or its agent to release and disclose all materials in the property title insurance file to buyer and both buyers and sellers, agents and attorneys, and the closing attorney to release and disclose any seller's closing disclosure, settlement statement, and or disbursement summary, or any information therein to the parties of this transaction, their agents and their buyer's lender. So that's pretty similar we saw in the buyer obligations, right? If anybody needs access to this information, I give you permission to make this deal happen. I give you permission to give them that. So we don't have to specifically say, can I send off a copy of your contract? We're giving them permission to do so. Access to property. Seller shall provide reasonable access to the property through the earlier of closing or possession by the buyer, including but not limited to allowing the buyer and their agents or representative an opportunity to conduct due diligence, verify satisfactory completion of negotiated repairs and improvements, and conduct a final walkthrough inspection of the property. Seller's obligation includes providing existing utilities. Seller's obligation includes providing existing utilities operating at seller's costs, including any connections and de-winterization. I think this is a pretty good paragraph to have a conversation with the sellers. The seller can't accept your offer, go under contract, and then not allow your home inspector to come in, right? They got to allow the home, reasonable. They got to allow the home inspector, the appraiser, right? They have to allow the buyer in to do the due diligence. They have to, if we do agree to any repairs, the buyer has the right to have those repairs inspected. A lot of the home inspectors will go back for a lesser fee and re-inspect something once it's been fixed. So the buyer may want to have their home inspector, for example, or their contractor, electrician, or whatever, to come back and re-inspect. They may just want to come back and put their eye on it. And then they have to allow the final walkthrough. So again, we're trying to do that as close to settlement as we possibly can. And then the seller needs to understand, especially if it's a vacant property, that they've got to keep the utilities on until, you know, the day of closing, the day of settlement. So you can't go under contract in a vacant property and then turn the water off, right? We got to keep it on, electricity, that kind of thing. It's kind of hard for the home inspector to inspect the water heater when the water's cut off, right? So they need to be able to have that available to them. That's another thing that winds buyer and sellers up in court. So over the years, they've kind of clarified this paragraph a little bit, I think making it easier for us to understand and well, buyers and sellers to understand. Here's our blue note. See warning in paragraph 4 above for limitation on buyer's right to terminate this contract as a result of buyer's continued investigation of the property following the expiration of the due diligence period. So that's referring us back to, again, the red warning. The one that said that just because we're out of due diligence doesn't mean the buyer has to stop investigating. They keep investigating the whole way up until the final walkthrough. Just because we're out of due diligence doesn't mean they have to stop. The only thing being out of due diligence means is now the buyer has lost their right to terminate. They can still keep inspecting and investigating. Removal of seller's property. Seller shall remove by the date possession is made available to the buyer all personal property which is not part of the purchase and all garbage and debris from the property. So if you're doing your walkthrough with your buyers and you see a bunch of garbage in one of the rooms, if your buyer goes to closing and signs, they sign accepting that garbage. So it might be worth picking up the phone and calling the listing agent and say, gosh, there's a bunch of trash here. What are we going to do about this, right? Find out what we're going to do. How are they going to come back and get it? We may want to see it. I had a closing a couple years ago, and this was one of my closest girlfriends. Her and her husband were buying a house. And when we saw the property, before we went under contract, it was one of those that had the pull down stairs in the hall for the attic. So you pull the string and the stairs kind of fold out. So when we saw the property, when we were viewing it, her husband just kind of climbed the stairs and poked his head up with his flashlight so he could get a feel for what the attic looks like. When the home, there was a bunch of stuff up there, a bunch of personal property up there. When the home inspector came, of course, they made note of the stuff up there. So now here we are, fast forward, doing the final walkthrough that morning. Settlement is that day. So my girlfriend and I are in the house doing the final walkthrough. It's the first time we're ever seeing it vacant. Final walkthroughs are always important, but especially if you've never seen it empty. You know, what if this picture was here to hide a big hole and you never saw it because you never saw it vacant? So final walkthroughs always important, but especially if you've not seen it vacant. So my girlfriend and I are at the house doing the final walkthrough, and she said, ooh, you know, my husband told me to pop my head up in the attic just to make sure everything was gone. I said, all right, go ahead. So she popped her head up. Sure enough, every single thing was still up in the attic. Nothing had been touched. The home inspector probably left some dusty footprints, you know, coming up there. So I called the listing agent, which, by the way, I'm not sure why this is important, but I feel like this is important. The listing agent was also the seller's mom. I just feel like I need to put that in there. So I called the listing agent and I said, yeah, what about all the stuff in the attic? And she said, what stuff? And I said, the stuff in the attic. And she said, that's not theirs. I said, oh, but it is. Y'all, in the 8 years those people lived in their house, they never looked in the attic. That stuff was from the previous owner. Mom was their buyer's agent, I feel the need to say. So they're learning about this stuff for the first time at the final walkthrough of Southern House. In 8 years, they never looked in the attic. That's not good. Poke your head up there every once in a while. They came, because then my girlfriend and I went on to breakfast where they will take care of it. And we're like, all right. So her and I went and got something to eat. You know, I'm going to tell you, the sellers and the agent showed up to settlement a little sweaty, a little worn out, because they'd been to the house up and down the stairs getting that stuff out of the attic, and they just took it to the curb, which is fine. That, you know, trash guys picked it up the next time. But I asked my girlfriend, I'm like, you sure you don't want it? There could be treasures up there, right? You don't know. There could be something with that. She said, no, I don't know.
Could be a Rembrandt.
Yeah. She's like, I got my own junk to worry about. I don't need somebody else's. In 8 years, they had never looked in the attic. Is that not amazing? I don't understand that.
Every time I, you know, pull down stairs and go up in an attic, I always think about the scene from Christmas Vacation where Chevy Chase is up there and walking on the boards and
Yep,
face
absolutely. And then he
falling
finally
through.
falls through on the top bunk. Yep. We should show that in pre-licensing, shouldn't we?
Yeah.
So, you know, again, they signed when they bought that house, they signed acknowledging that it was theirs. So the fact that they didn't know it was there didn't change anything. It's still theirs, and they still had to deal with it. Let's see, affidavit and indemnification agreement. Sellers shall furnish at settlement an affidavit and indemnification agreement in form satisfactory to buyer and buyer's title insurer, if any, executed by seller and any person or entity who has performed or furnished labor, services, materials, or rental agreement to the property within 120 days prior to the date of settlement, and who may be entitled to claim a lien against the property as described in this general statute, verifying that each such person or entity has been paid in full, and agreeing to indemnify the buyer, buyer's lender, and title insurance agent all loss from any cause or claim arising therefrom. That's one of the forms that the seller has to sign, basically saying all of the work I've had done on the property is being paid, has been paid, and a mechanic cannot come and file a lien within 120 days. That's who we're addressing here, the mechanic's lien. Designation of lien agent, payment and satisfaction of liens. If required by this general statute, sellers shall have designated a lien agent and seller shall deliver to buyer as soon as reasonably possible a copy of the appointment of lien agent. All deeds of trust, deferred ad valorem taxes, liens, and other charges against the property not assumed by the buyer must be paid and satisfied by the seller prior to or at settlement, such that cancellation may be properly obtained following closing. Seller shall remain obligated to obtain any such cancellations following closing. Good title and legal access. Seller shall execute and deliver a general warranty deed for the property in recordable form no later than settlement, which shall convey fee simple, marketable, and assurable title without exception for mechanics liens and free from any other liens, encumbrances, or defects, including those which would be revealed by a current and accurate survey of the property, except for ad valorem taxes for the current year, which we're going to prorate through the date of settlement, utility easements, and unviolated covenants, conditions, or restrictions that do not materially affect the value of the property, and such other liens, encumbrances, or defects as may be assumed or specifically approved by the buyer in writing. The property must have legal access to public right of way. Our standard contract specifically says that the buyer is going to get a general warranty deed. What if the seller is not willing to give a general warranty deed? What if the seller wants to give a special deed, special warranty deed? What do you think we're going to do?
Break out an addendum.
Break out an addendum or just call an attorney, right? And have them deal
Yeah.
with it, because they're going to have to draft us something up because we don't have a pre-printed addendum. So I think for the most, again, standard form 2T is used for most residential resales. So I think the only time that you may run into this is if you're possibly dealing with like a foreclosure or something. The bank may not be willing to give a general warranty deed. So I would think that it'd be worth a call to the attorney and just make sure, you know, how they want to proceed if that's the case. Yet another good reason, as you guys start forming relationships, you're going to start forming relationships with attorneys, for example, and it's a good idea to have one that you have, or two that you have a connection with, a relationship with. So if you have a quick question like this, you know, this comes up, then, you know, you can get some good answers. So get out there and network. If we're allowed to network anymore, I don't know, but get out there and network as you can. And, you know, form those relationships. You can get
This
one on
is modern day
speed dial.
networking.
I guess so. I know. You know, on that note, I got to share with you guys, I was supposed to go to a conference in Wilmington in September. And I woke up this morning to the email saying, we've decided to hold it virtual. And I'm like, here we are 3 years into it, and we're still, I was pretty discouraged when I woke up this morning. I was really looking forward to that. But I guess the good news is they're still able to do it virtual. Huh?
Be glad they did, because I know Jabu is seeing a huge uptick in positive.
Are they?
Yes, and the new variant, yes. No hospitalizations, but they're seeing a lot more positives than they were 4 months ago.
I think a big reason they did this is the state chapter of this organization. So the national chapter just had a conference in June in San Antonio, and they had a big outbreak, and people came home from that conference, a lot of people. So that it was running rampant in San Antonio in June. So I think that was a big reason why the state chapter decided to. So I'm bummed, I'm disappointed, but you know, one day we'll be past this, right? Right?
Probably, honestly, we may still have it around from what I'm hearing. I get the tells when he comes home every day. But, you know, they have to get updates every day from the CDC and their kind of projections, and they see the trends and the charts and what have you. I mean, he says we'll be dealing with this 5 years from now. It won't be as bad. It'll end up being
Right.
something very similar to flu, how we
It'd be
respond.
like the flu, right?
But right now, it's not.
And Julie, of course, you know that one of the ones that toted it back was Nancy Legg.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. And I was really worried about my friend Nancy Legg, but she's good now. She's better. She's recovered. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Nancy's one of my favorite conference buddies, you know, and I was disappointed I couldn't go and hang out, you know, be with Nancy, but I chose not to go for other reasons. I'm not gonna lie, after that outbreak in San Antonio, I was kind of glad that I didn't go, but anyway, we digress.
I've been to San Antonio several times and I've come back not feeling well, but it was totally alcohol related.
So you could say you've been to conferences several times and come back not feeling well. No matter where you
Yeah.
are, right?
Yeah.
I bet you
Well-
Wilmington would have been a good time, you know?
Oh, it would have been a great time, but it's easy to get a cocktail in San Antonio.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's funny you say that. Our hotel was on the river, and that's the first picture of the hotel I saw was the bar.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, the river walk is fantastic. If you ever get a chance to go, it's a
I
great,
would love to.
it's like Savannah. Once you get there, you don't get back in your car because it's a great walking town.
Right.
San Antonio's like that. Once you get there, you don't need a car.
Nice, nice. So let's see. Still on good title legal access. There's a blue note. Buyer's failure to conduct a survey or examine title of the property prior to the expiration of the due diligence period does not relieve the seller of their obligation to deliver good title under this paragraph. Buyer's failure to conduct a survey. So even if the buyer doesn't have the survey done or examine the title, the seller still has a duty to deliver good title. They can't say, well, they didn't research it, so I'm off the hook. Our next blue note, if any sale of the property may be a short sale, consideration should be given to attaching the short sale addendum. That's another form that we will look at. Deed taxes and fees. Seller shall pay for preparation of the deed. There it is right there. Seller pays to have the deed prepared. And all other documents necessary to perform seller's obligation under this contract. Seller shall pay state and county excise tax and any deferred, discounted, or rollback taxes and local conveyance fees required by law. The deed is to be made too. The buyer's agent needs to specify all the buyers that need to show up on the deed, and the lender may say, and their spouses. So remember we talked the other day, you may have a situation where only one spouse is on the loan, but the lender may require both to be on the deed. So you may just have to have a quick conversation with the lender about that, depending on how it's set up. Also, like we said the other day, you may or may not want to identify the relationship, significant other, husband, wife, mother, daughter, whatever that, because when the attorney is drawing up the deed, this is where they're looking. So if they're not married, then the attorney may need a flag to go up to know, well, are we going to do Tennessee or Tennessee in common or joint tenants? So it's not allowed to disclose the relationship, right? So the attorney may know how to proceed. Agreement to pay buyer expenses. Seller shall pay at settlement X amount. In this market, what we're seeing is a big zero toward any of buyer's expenses associated with the purchase price of the property at the discretion of the buyer and or lender, if any, including any FHA, VA lender and inspection costs that the buyer is not permitted to pay. Let's make sure we caught that. Buyer's going to pay X amount toward any of buyer's expenses associated with the purchase price at the discretion of the buyer or the lender, and inspection costs that buyer is not permitted to pay. So let's say this is a VA loan. The seller's on the hook to pay the pest inspection, right? If in this market, again, we're seeing a big zero, that's going to come back where the seller's going to have to pay buyers. They're going to be asked to pay buyers' closing costs. It will come back to a time where this is a negotiable item. But if it's a VA loan, even if the seller doesn't want to pay the buyer's expenses, at the minimum, we need the amount of the pest inspection in here. You guys see what I'm saying? Because that's something that the buyer's not permitted to pay. And when this market comes back, let's say, for example, that we negotiate that the seller's going to pay $1,000 and buyer pay closing costs. And it's a VA loan and the pest inspection. If we just put $1,000 in here, then that $85 will come out of the 1,000, right? If the buyer wants 1,000 and to pay the pest inspection, then we need to do account for both. So just keep that in mind as, again, as this field starts coming back, as that market swings. The other thing is FHA and VA, particularly conventional may as well, but particularly FHA and VA may have limitations on how much the seller can pay. So they might say something like, 3% of the purchase price or something like that. So if you're a buyer, because in a buyer's market, buyers are going to say, I want the seller to pay as much as they can. So what is that max? What is that ceiling? It may be a quick phone call to the lender to make sure that we get the allowable amounts. This is one of these fields we haven't had to deal with in a couple years, but we will. Our blue note says parties should review the FHA VA addendum, which we will prior to entering an amount in this paragraph. Certain FHA VA lender and inspection costs cannot be paid by buyer at settlement, and the amount of these should be included in the blank above. Comments on that? Questions? Owners Association fees and charges. Sellers shall pay any charges by an owners association or management company or vendor as agent of the association under paragraph 9A. This contract, we'll see 9. 9 is another new big addition, so we'll see that in just a bit. Seller's obligations, payment of special assessments. Seller shall pay in full at settlement all special assessments that were approved prior to settlement, whether payable in a lump sum or future installments, provided that the amount can be reasonably determined or estimated. The payment of such estimated amount shall be the final payment between the parties. So when we saw the buyer's obligations, we saw that they're responsible for paying anything that gets approved after settlement. The seller's on the hook for paying anything that's already been approved, and they have to pay it all. Some will have a lump sum, some will do future installments. My condo complex, for example, they did new roofs a couple years ago, and they broke it down for us into 4 payments. So if I were selling the condo, I would still owe all that money, even though I haven't made it to the 4, designated payment time. Does that make sense? So the seller's responsible for paying, and the attorney or the paralegal will be in communication with the HOA as well, because they need to send the information to transfer the HOA from the old owner to the new owner, from the seller to the buyer, transfer fees, that kind of thing. So if there's any special assessments from the HOA, this should come up in their communications. Late listing penalties. All approved tax listing penalties, if any, shall be paid by the seller. So in other words, if the seller never paid 2021 taxes, that's a responsibility that is all the seller. Buyer's not taking part of that. Negotiated repairs or improvements shall be made in good and workmanlike manner, and buyers shall have the right to verify same prior to settlement. I think this is the most subjective thing in our contract. Who defines what's good and workmanlike manner? The seller may say, well, I got YouTube and a hammer, so I can fix this. But just because they think they know what they're doing, do they know what they're doing? Maybe not. You guys are going to see amateur craftsmanship when you start looking at properties. You're going to see people, homes that people that, oh, I can fix it, so you're going to start seeing these things. Again, your buyer has a choice. They either sign at settlement or they don't, right? So if they're not satisfied with how the work was complete, then they may want to consider holding off until they do get it in this good and workmanlike manner. There are 2 different sides to that story. Buyer wants it fixed to the T. The seller wants it repaired as cheaply as they possibly can. So we got to find that balance in between. Home warranty, we're told to select one of the following. No home warranties to be provided by the seller. This is what we're seeing right now. Buyer may obtain a 1-year home warranty at a cost not to exceed X amount, which includes sales tax, and seller agrees to pay for it at settlement. This one will come back. This will be another negotiated point. And note that the cost says not to exceed X amount. So if you put $700 in here and the home warranty ends up being $650, the seller only has to pay $650. They're paying for the cost of the warranty not to exceed $700, for example, and that does include sales tax. So I think this, just again, a little mental note to yourself, when you look at those 8 home warranty brochures, it'll give you the cost on the brochure, but it doesn't include tax. So when you're completing this line, you may just want to account for tax, round up just a little bit to account for tax. Or the seller has already obtained and will provide a 1-year home warranty from the name of the company at a cost of X amount, which includes sales tax, and will pay for its settlement. Home warranties typically have limitations and conditions to coverage. Refer specific questions to the home warranty company. And then the last part of the seller's obligations, sellers breach a contract. Again, we have a new as of January 2021. So it's a year old now. Paragraph 23 for buyer's remedies in the event of breach of this contract. Questions on the sellers? Seller's obligations, seller's representations. Okay. All right, let's take a break. Let's come back at 1:32. All right. Paragraph 9 is new as of July 1st. Again, this is one of these that all the information was all over the place. They kind of put it in this one place for us. So charges by an owners association, responsibility for payment of charges by an owners association or a management company or vendor as agent of the association shall be allocated between buyer and seller as follows. Seller shall pay any fees incurred by seller in completing the residential property and owners association disclosure statement and resale or other certificates related to the proposed sale of the property. Fees required for confirming seller's account payment information on owners association dues or assessments for payment or proration, including any expedited fee permitted under this general statute that is charged in connection with providing such information. Any fees charged for transferring or updating ownership records of the association, and any fees other than these fees specifically required to be paid by the buyer under paragraph 9B below. Buyer pays charges for providing information required by buyer's lender, charges for working capital contributions, membership fees, or charges imposed for buyer's use of the common elements and or services provided to buyer in connection with buyer taking possession of the property, such as move-in fees, and charges for determining restrictive covenant compliance. Yeah, usually the HOA is going to charge a fee to transfer from the seller to the buyer, the HOA information. This is a little bit more clear now that the seller is going to be on the hook to pay for that. Again, the attorney or the paralegal is going to be in touch with the HOA to make, to get those fees, to make sure that that transfer happens, to notify the HOA of the new owner, etc. So this just kind of spells that out, makes that a little bit clearer for us. Here's our prorations and adjustments. Unless otherwise agreed, the following items shall be prorated, with the seller responsible for their prorated amounts of any taxes and dues through the date of settlement, and the seller entitled to the amount of the prorated rents through the date of settlement, and either adjusted between the parties or paid at settlement. So there's our taxes on real property, our ad valorem taxes, personal property. If the sale includes the John Deere lawnmower and you have to get to pay taxes on that, you guys will prorate those personal property taxes. Rent and dues such as owner association and other like charges. Earlier we mentioned if the buyer assumes the seller's loan, I'd have to go back and look for sure, but I'm pretty sure that proration is going to be discussed in the I'm going to go back up just for 1 second. Let me get the right name of the form. It'll help me remember we're on page 11. But if we go back up just for 1 second, the loan assumption addendum, I have a feeling it's kind of spelled out how that proration for the interest is going to be handled on that loan assumption addendum. Excuse me. Condition of property, risk of loss. There were a couple changes made to this provision in our new update this July. Condition of property at settlement. If the property is not in substantially the same or better condition at closing as on the date of this offer, reasonable wear and tear expected, buyer may terminate this contract by written notice delivered to seller, and the due diligence fee and the earnest money deposit shall be refunded to the buyer. Let me stop there for 1 second. First off, this is something else that's kind of subjective, isn't it? Same or better condition. He said, she said. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Will Martin. He's one of the attorneys for the North Carolina Association of Realtors. As a matter of fact, don't get familiar with him because he's getting ready to retire. So when they did the form changes, he always does the form changes summary for NCAR, and he did it this year, and it was his last time. So I'm not exactly sure when he's going to retire. They'll have somebody new next year. Will Martin explained to us that this is another one of these things that can put people in court. If the buyer and seller can't agree what the same or better condition is, then they may just have to go hash it out in front of the judge. And I know that's not the scenario that we want, but guys, we can't resolve these disputes, right? I think sometimes we can look at MLS pictures, maybe pictures or video on our phones, that kind of documentation. But bottom line, if the parties can't agree, then the judge will figure it out for them. So Will Martin says this is one of these things that wind up in court. So if it's not in the same or better condition, the buyer may terminate. Due diligence fee was just added in July. This used to say that the buyer only got their earnest money deposit back. And they decided that's not fair. If the house burns down, why shouldn't they get their due diligence fee back as well? So that was a pretty big change that we just had in July. Also, please note, this does not say that the buyer can try to recuperate their costs for due diligence. So they're going to have a loss with the home inspection, the appraisal, things like that. The reason for that is because the seller's not in breach. If the house burns down, the seller didn't breach the contract, right? So it's kind of that if this happens, so the least we can do is get the buyer their due diligence and earnest money back if they terminate. If the property is not in such condition and buyer does not elect to terminate, buyer shall be entitled to receive, in addition to the property, the proceeds of any insurance claim filed by the seller on account of any damage or destruction of property. So just because the house burns down doesn't mean it's over. The buyer still has choices. You either terminate and get your due diligence and earnest money back, or you can proceed by purchase the home, get the seller's insurance proceeds.
The house burned down might be an improvement.
It might be, right? You never know. If I were the buyer's agent and this happened, honestly, I would tell my buyer to call their attorney, and I would tell my buyer to somehow get in touch with the seller's insurance company, because now they're supposed to be getting that money, right? And not saying anything bad, but I think it's safe to say that insurance companies aren't known for their rapid payouts. So the buyer just may need to, they got a lot to take into consideration here, right? But they have choices. And when they look at me and say, well, what should I do? I think you should call your attorney, and I think you should call, that's just me. I'm never one to tell anybody what to do because I'm not the one buying this house, right? But I want to encourage them to investigate and learn, and then having that information, make that best decision. Risk of loss. The risk of loss or damage by fire or other casualty prior to closing shall be upon the seller. It's still the seller's property. Sellers advised not to cancel existing insurance on the property until after confirming recordation of the deed. Blows my mind how many sellers I've worked with in the past. As soon as we go into contract, they're like, I'm going to call and cancel my homeowner's insurance. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I mean, it's still your home, right? Even though you're contracted to sell, it's not a done deal. So sometimes it's worth just having conversations. I know one thing that my team does, we have like checklists for buyers and sellers that kind of walks them through when to do this and when to cancel that, so we can provide, tells them when to cancel utilities and that kind of thing. So you may just want to kind of consider having something that can aid in that conversation. I think it's also important to note, on the day of settlement and closing, the home is probably going to be doubly insured, isn't it? Because we got the seller's policy ending and the buyer's policy beginning. So what if the house burns down on the day of settlement? It'll probably come down to whatever time the deed was recorded. If I were the insurance company, yeah.
But let the insurance companies hash that out.
Let them hash that out. And if I were the insurance company, I would say, what time did it burn down? And what time did that deed get recorded? Because that may dictate something. $12 is our delay in settlement and closing that we referenced earlier. This paragraph shall apply if one party is ready, willing, and able to complete settlement on the settlement date. They're known as the non-delaying party. But it is not possible for the other party to complete settlement by the settlement date. We're going to call them the delaying party. In such event, the delaying party shall be entitled to a delay in settlement, shall give as much notice as possible to the non-delaying party and closing attorney. If the delaying party fails to complete settlement and closing within 7 days of settlement date, including any amended settlement date agreed to in writing by the parties, then the delaying party shall be in breach, and the non-delaying party may terminate this contract and shall be entitled to enforce any remedies available to such party under this contract for breach. So typically, the reason for delay is because we don't have loan approval yet. So that would be one very, very common scenario why we have to delay. In that case, the buyer's the delaying party, the seller's the non-delaying part. As long as the buyer, there's only so much they can do, right? Like they can't make the lender do anything more. So as long as they're ready, willing, and able, they've done their part, we have to delay settlement. Pretty much what we're saying here in that scenario is the seller just sit still for 7 days. They can't do anything, right? They just sit there and fingers crossed that we can get loan approval in 7 days. You'll remember, I guess it was last week, we looked at our agreement to amend the contract where we could extend the settlement date. If we extend that settlement date, then we get another 7-day delay, unless we check that box, in which case now we only have 4. That's right. So 7 days in the contract, 7 days on any extensions, unless that box is checked.
The only 4 that appears in this whole industry.
It'd be so much easier if they said 3 or something, right? Agree. So we delay. The parties don't agree to a new settlement date, a new extension. The seller sits still for 7 days. And on day 8, they may terminate the contract. Does that mean they have to on day 8? No, they have a choice. If they do terminate, then the delaying party is considered in breach, and they will suffer those consequences of breach. But it's important to know that the seller can't, or the non-delaying party, there's not much they can do during those 7 days, but just sit and hope that we can get this worked out. Tell your people to have a plan B, because delays just happen. So they may need somewhere else to live for a week, right? 7 days or however long. Possession, including all means to access to the property, such as keys, codes, including security codes, garage door openers, electronic devices, etc., shall be delivered upon closing. This does not say settlement. This says closing, as defined in paragraph 1M above, unless otherwise provided below. The buyer should not be getting keys at settlement. Does it happen every day that they are? Absolutely. But what does the contract say? The contract says they shouldn't be getting keys until that deed is recorded. It's still the seller's property, and the seller would be liable if something happened before that deed was recorded. We may do an alternate possession. We could do a buyer possession before closing or a seller possession after closing. We'll look at both of these addenda briefly. Or possession is subject to right of the tenant. So it might be like a lease to own situation where the tenant is buying the home they've been living in. Our note tells us to consider attaching the additional provisions addendum or the vacation rental addendum if applicable. So scattered throughout the contract, as we have seen, when it comes in need for me to use an addendum, it has told me attach this, include the FHA VA financing addendum. But now provision 14 gives me this nice, neat little checklist, if you will, this opportunity to go through and make sure I have all applicable addenda. Use this as a checklist. Make sure you have everything that pertains to your buyer. I have a place if there's any other addenda not listed here or any party or attorney drafted addenda. Our blue note is reminding us one more time that real estate brokers are not permitted to draft addenda to this contract. Guys, there's a reason why they tell us this over and over and over and over again. Agents draft all the time. We can't because we're not attorneys. Assignments. This contract may not be assigned without written consent of all parties, except in connection with a tax deferred exchange. We'll talk about that in a second. But if assigned by agreement, that this contract shall be binding on the assignee and the assignee's heirs and successors. So we can assign with written consent of all parties. Tax deferred exchange. In the event buyer or seller desires to effect a tax deferred exchange in connection with the conveyance of the property, buyer and seller agree to cooperate in effecting such exchange, provided, however, that the exchanging party shall be responsible for all additional costs associated with such exchange, and provided further that a non-exchanging party shall not assume any additional liability with respect to the tax deferred exchange. Buyer and seller shall execute such additional documents, including assignment of this contract in connection therewith, at no cost to the non-exchanging party, as shall be required to give effect to this provision. So first off, let's talk about what the heck a tax deferred exchange is. This is a great opportunity for investors. The IRS will allow an investor to sell an investment property, use the proceeds of the sale of that property to purchase another investment property, and avoid paying capital gains taxes on the property that they sold. They can defer paying those taxes on those investment properties. And there is no end to this. They can sell one, buy one, sell one, buy one, sell one, buy one. Particulars about this could be found by the IRS. I would have my buyer contact their accountant to help walk us through that. There are certain rules, like I know, for example, I think it's like 60 days that they have to buy the next, or 6 months maybe, to buy the next investment property. So they can't like let it hang out there forever. You know, they got to move pretty quickly to buy the next one. But what this is saying is that if we're going to do a tax deferred exchange, the parties agree to cooperate. The party doing the tax deferred exchange is the one that's responsible for the costs and that kind of thing. Parties. This contract shall be binding upon and shall endure to the benefit of the buyer, the seller, and their heirs. Remember, we said death is only an out when you're negotiating the offer. Once you're under contract, death is not an out. When do heirs kick in? When the individual passes away. So it's binding on the buyer and seller and their heirs, successor, and assigns. As used herein, words in the singular include the plural, and the masculine includes the feminine and neutral genders as appropriate. So if the buyer or seller pass away when we're under contract, if their heirs can't or won't follow through with the terms of contract, then they suffer the consequences of breach of that party.
I'm kind of shocked to see that apply to buyer.
Right, because if they pass away, they're not going to get loan approval, right? So they're almost going to have to. But you know, remember, we're going to see in just a minute, the buyer's breach, all they can lose is earnest money and due diligence, right? So
Yeah, but if they died, they damn sure lost their job.
exactly. So we're not going to get loan approval, right? So I agree. I think, you know, the seller may have a little bit more, but again, all the buyer can lose, all they stand to lose is their earnest money and due diligence. So
I guess I could see it apply more to a buyer if it was a husband and wife and one of the spouses were to pass. The surviving spouse might still be expected to follow through. But I guess when I'm thinking heirs, so I'm thinking
kids, right?
children, yeah.
Adult children, right? No, I agree. I agree. But you know, this the way this was explained to me, we have a signed contract in our hand, so the parties' intentions were very clear. Survival, if any provision herein contain which by its nature and effect is required to be observed, kept, or performed after the closing, it shall survive the closing and remain binding upon and for the benefit of the parties hereto until fully observed, kept, or performed. An entire agreement, this contract contains the entire agreement of the parties and there were no representations, inducements, or other provisions other than those expressed herein. All changes, additions, or deletions hereto must be in writing and signed by all parties. Nothing contained herein shall alter an agreement between a realtor or a broker and seller or buyer, as contained in any listing agreement, buyer agency agreement, or other agency agreement between them. Conduct of transactions. The parties agree that any actions between them relating to the transaction contemplated by this contract may be conducted by electronic means. Remember, we said the UETA says disclosure of electronic means and permission. So not only do we see it here, but you also see it when you send something out via dot loop to be signed. Including the signing of this contract by one or more of them and any notice or communication given in connection with this contract. Any written notice or communication may be transmitted to any mailing address, email, or fax number as set forth in the notice information below. Any notice or communication to be given to a party herein, and any fee, deposit, or other payment to be delivered to a party herein may be given to the party or to such party's agent. Delivery of any notice to a party via means of electronic transmission shall be deemed complete at such time as the sender performs the final act to send such transmission in a form capable of being processed by the receiving party system to any electronic address provided for any such party in the notice information below. Buyer and seller agree that the notice information and acknowledgement of receipt shall not constitute a material part of this contract, and that the addition or modification of any information shall not constitute a rejection of an offer or creation of counteroffer. So in other words, the last 2 pages, the notice information and the acknowledgement of receipts isn't part of the contract. They just kind of put those in to help us, right? So we'll see that in just a second. Execution, this contract may be signed in multiple originals or counterparts, all together, which constitute one and the same. And then computation of days, unless otherwise provided for purposes of this contract, the term days shall mean consecutive calendar days. It does include Saturday, Sunday, and holidays, whether federal, state, or local or religious. For the purpose of calculating days, the count of days shall begin on the following day upon which any act or notice is provided in this contract is required to be performed or made. Any reference to a date or time shall refer to the date and time of the state of North Carolina, so Eastern Standard Time. We're going to see a couple addenda in just a second that we don't actually put a date in, we put a number of days. So if we have, for example, 15 days for due diligence, then this is explaining to us, if today's the effective day, then tomorrow is day 1 of due diligence, and we're going to actually count on the calendar 15 days, Saturday, Sunday, and holidays do apply. This last sentence about the date or time shall refer to the date in the state of North Carolina. That was added a couple years ago because some dude somewhere in California signed an offer after 5 p.m. on due diligence, or signed a, something after 5 p.m. on due diligence, and he argued with the courts and said, but I'm in California. They said, yeah, but the property's located in North Carolina. So they added that sentence to make sure that we're all on the same page. It's about where the property is located. Then we got provision 23. This was added July of 2021. And I think this is a great addition. I think it's a great provision. Again, it's one of those things that was always scattered throughout the contract, but now they put it all together. The only thing I don't like about this provision is it's at the end. I wish they would have put it close to the beginning because, I mean, let's face it, this page or so, assignments and parties, this is all boilerplate stuff. And I have a feeling this is where people stop reading. So I fear by putting it in the end that they're just still kind of muffling it in. But we know it's here. So it discusses remedies. First off, we got breach by buyer. In the event of material breach of this contract by the buyer, seller shall be entitled to any earnest money deposit, the payment of the earnest money deposit and the due diligence fee without regard to their respective amounts, including zero, together serves as the seller's liquidated damages. Remember we said when we first met a couple weeks ago, liquidated damages are money damages that we agree to at the time that we're entering into the contract. So that earnest money is a negotiable amount, the due diligence is a negotiable amount, and those are the seller's liquidated damages. Also serves as the seller's sole and exclusive remedy for such breach. Can the seller sue the buyer for breaching? I mean, you can sue anybody for anything.
Right, you can sue, you're just not
sue
gonna be
anybody for
successful.
anything. I guess my question is, how far is the seller gonna get? The judge is
Nowhere.
gonna look at this and say, your sole and exclusive remedy was what? That liquidated damages, that due diligence and earnest money. So guys, why is this important? In this market, sellers don't care, terminate, whatever. I'll get another $10,000 from the next buyer due diligence. That pendulum is gonna swing back. And we're going to get back to a time where due diligence and earnest money are $500. Buyer might be offering $50. We as listing agents need to make sure that our sellers understand that if your buyer terminates 3 hours before settlement, all you get is the earnest money and the due diligence. And let's think about this. When we're after due diligence, our due diligence period, you know, the seller presumably has made arrangements to live somewhere else, right? Do they have a contract to purchase? Have they signed a year lease? So I think part of that discussion is what's it going to cost if you have to cancel that lease or if you have to cancel your other contract. Right now, this isn't an issue, but this pendulum will swing back. I mean, I remember a time where buyers were offered $50. You know, how far is that going to get you? Not far at all. So listing agents, we just need to make sure that our sellers are protected. Our sellers understand this is it. Because yeah, okay, so you sue and the judge says, why are we here? The contract says right here that that's all you get. Let's see, but without limiting sellers' rights under paragraph 4E and 4F above for damage to the property, it is acknowledged by the parties that the amount of liquidated damages is compensatory and not punitive, such amount being a reasonable estimation of the actual loss that seller would incur as a result of a breach of this contract by the buyer. The payment to the seller of liquidated damages shall not constitute a penalty or forfeiture, but actual compensation for seller's anticipated loss. Both parties acknowledging the difficulty of determining seller's actual damage for such breach. One of the common questions that comes in, if the buyer breaches after the seller has done the repairs, you know, so we go under contract, we're in due diligence, the seller says, yeah, I'll fix this, this, and this. They do these repairs and then the buyer terminates. Some cases, the sellers have felt like they should be able to recuperate the cost of repairs.
But in reality, they repaired something that needed to be repaired.
You sound like the Real Estate Commission and the North Carolina Association of Realtors. That's exactly their stance. Now you put the property back on the market, you can up the price a little bit, right? Because you fixing this and you can say, this was broke, but now I fixed it. So it just will enhance what the product that you have to offer the next time. And that's exactly their stance, Ron.
And quite frankly, if it wasn't improved, it was fixed. So if it was fixed, that was broken or subpar. So you're just bringing it back up to where it should be.
Where it should have been to begin with. Right. Yep. Breach by the seller. In the event of a material breach of this contract by the seller, buyer may elect to terminate this contract as a result of such breach and shall be entitled to the refund of both earnest money and due diligence, together with the reasonable costs actually incurred in connection with the buyer's due diligence. So if the if the seller breaches, the buyer should get their earnest money, due diligence, and their due diligence costs. Or, and this is the new sentence just added 20 days ago, elect not to terminate and instead treat this contract as remaining in full force and effect and seek the remedy of specific performance. They actually put that in our contract. So now the buyer knows they have choices. If they sue for specific performance and they win, the judge could make the seller sell. Attorney's fees, if legal proceedings are brought by buyer or seller against the other to collect the earnest money deposit, due diligence fee, or due diligence costs, the parties agree that a party shall be entitled to and recover reasonable attorney's fees to the extent permitted under this general statute. The parties acknowledge and agree that the terms of this contract with respect to the entitlement of the earnest money, due diligence fee, and due diligence costs each constitute an evidence of indebtedness pursuant to this general statute. The way I've always interpreted that and the way that it was explained to me, the contract's pretty clear about who gets what money if we don't go to closing, right? Seller will keep the due diligence fee. One party will get the earnest money deposit, and the contract spells that out. So remember, we said that the parties have to agree to release the earnest money, right? If we terminate, it just doesn't automatically go. So they have to release it. So if the breaching party is refusing to release the earnest money and the non-breaching party has to take them to court, not only are they going to win because the contract says they're going to win, but the breaching party will have to pay their legal fees and the non-breaching party's legal fees. So I think sometimes people can be stubborn. I mean, guys, let's face it, nobody likes to terminate. That's not a good day, right? And I think sometimes people get a little stubborn. If your party is refusing to sign and they stand to lose the earnest money or due diligence, I would have them sleep on it. Things tend to look better in the light of day. But just let them know, like, look, if you don't release this and you get sued, you'll still lose it. And you're going to pay your attorney's fees and the other guy's attorney's fees as well. Blue note says a party seeking recovery of attorney's fees under this general statute must first give written notice to the other party that they have 5 days from the mailing of the notice to pay the outstanding amounts without the attorney's fees. North Carolina Association of Realtors and the North Carolina Bar Association make no representations as to the legal validity or adequacy of any provision of this form in any specific transaction. That always kind of throws up a flag for me. We wrote it, we approved it, but we're not attesting to the validity of it. If you do not understand this form or feel that it does not provide for your legal needs, you should consult an attorney. When? Before you sign it. Once you sign it, you're in. So don't sign it and say, well, I'll ask questions later. Ask those questions now.
There's no doubt that an attorney wrote that double talk bullshit.
I agree. Absolutely. This is probably the NC Bar Association. We're going to put this in to protect ourselves. I mean, that's just amazing to me how that's just amazing to me.
Yeah.
That whole paragraph has always been amazing to me. This offer shall become binding on the effective date, unless specifically provided otherwise. Buyer's failure to timely deliver any fee, deposit, or other payment provided for herein shall not prevent this offer from becoming a binding contract. provided that any such failure shall give seller the right to terminate the contract as described herein or as otherwise permitted by law. So remember, I think it's on page 2 now. We saw the verbiage about if the buyer fails to deliver or if either one of those checks bounce, then the seller has to provide written notice, in which case the buyer has 1 banking day to provide readily available funds. There are some agents out there practicing here in the Triad that will not release the signed contract until they have a due diligence check in their hand. And I don't know what the judge would say about that, because it's pretty clear. It says this doesn't prevent it from becoming a legally binding contract. So I almost feel like if that's the case, you're withholding my contract from me. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you're delaying the process, because if I don't have a contract, I can't get it to the lender. I'm not a judge, of course, that's just my opinion. But just be prepared for that. And then we have a place, buyer and seller sign, buyer on the left, seller on the right. If it's an entity or a business, you just may want to verify that the person signing is allowed to, that they have the permission from the entity or the business to sign. If you have more than 2 buyers or 2 sellers, we need everybody to sign. So we have an additional signatures addendum. There are 8 signature lines on there. So that would give me a place, 1 addendum would give me a place for up to 10 buyers to sign. If you have more than 10, then add another additional signatures addendum. You keep adding as many of those things as you are until you have everybody's signature.
Do the signatures need to be in any particular order or grouping?
I don't think so. You might have an estate in which you kind of have one person that's taken the lead, but if you're working in that situation, their attorney is probably involved. But other than that, I can't think of a particular order that might. I think old school thinking has us putting the husband before the wife. But I've seen this before where the wife is listed first. So, I don't think order really matters. Technically, you guys, this is where our contract ends. Once the parties sign is when the contract. So the rest of the information we're getting ready to see is it's helpful and it's additional, but it's not part of the contract. Okay, so the contract officially ends when people sign it. Wire fraud warning. We see a wire fraud warning to the buyers in the buyer's agency agreement. We see a wire fraud warning to the sellers in the listing agreement. And now we're seeing a wire fraud warning to both in the offer to purchase and contract. Wire fraud got really big, really fast in real estate. I mean, think about some of the monies attached to purchasing property. And this got big and fast. And what's happening is that hackers get into, for example, mine and yours email, and they're sending emails that look like it's coming from me to my buyer with wire transfer instructions. And my buyers are sending it in. And when they do that, they're sending it straight to the hacker, not to the attorney. So we need to monitor. Step 1, we need to monitor our email. I mean, I'm not sure what program we're using. I use Gmail, and my Gmail account is about as secure as my closet door, right? It's so easy to get into. I have put a 2-step verification on my email. So not only do I need a password, but then I'll get a text message as well, my 2-step verification. I try to protect there. I went to a whole seminar on this. It would have been in 2019, right before we shut down. I went to a whole seminar on this in Raleigh, and it was really interesting. But bottom line, I think the absolute best thing that we can do to protect our clients, if they're going to send or receive money via wire transfer at settlement, We need to look them in the eyeball and tell them that they are never going to rely on any information that they receive in an email. When they need the attorney's wire transfer information, they need to go old school and pick up the phone and call the paralegal and get that information. And by the way, the number that they're calling is the number that they found, not a number that they got in an email, because that's another way that hackers could work. So they need to go to Google, look the phone number up, and call that number. There are so many stories. Billions of dollars have been intercepted from the closing table in the last, 2015, 2016, something like that. So it's really important that we make sure our clients understand when it comes to this, what they can and cannot, what they should and should not trust. That seminar I went to, they had, it was like agents and attorneys combined. So that was kind of interesting too. And they had an attorney there. They had the North Carolina Real Estate Commission there. They had the FBI there. They had somebody from the title insurance company there. And it was interesting to hear the different perspectives on how this has happened. If you guys ever want to go work at, Panera Bread, Starbucks, you want to go get some work done and get you a coffee, that's okay. Just be careful about accessing Starbucks's public Wi-Fi. Do you know who can access Starbucks's public Wi-Fi? The public. So as you're sitting there and your confidential information's in your file, you could have the guy behind you accessing it. If you want to work out in public, I always hook up to my mobile hotspot. So you can turn your mobile hotspot on your phone and I work out of there. The FBI showed us a video at that seminar, and it was a lady that was working at Panera Bread. And I mean, she looked normal, right? She wasn't wearing her "I'm a hacker" t-shirt. She looked normal. And she sat down at Panera Bread, opened up a laptop, and created a Wi-Fi and called it Panera Bread 1. And within minutes, people from all over the place were jumping on her Wi-Fi. It was so easy. It was so easy. The FBI also stood there and told us, and stood there and said that hackers are always 2 steps ahead of us. About the time that we're figuring out what they're doing, how they're doing it, they're on to the next thing. So this problem isn't going to go away anytime soon. What we can do is protect our clients and have them get that wire transfer information directly from the attorney. My firm has a policy. I'm sure yours may consider it. I cannot email wire transfer instructions. So even if I get it, I have a policy that says that I can't. If I do, then I very well could be terminated from my firm. So again, tell your clients, if you see an email from me about wire transfer, don't rely on it. Let me know, because I've probably been hacked. I need to know this, but do not rely on it.
My son's a IT guy in the Navy. He's been in 13 years, and I got hacked 2 or 3 years ago, something minor. And I was talking to him. He said, "You may hack him back."
Right? I'm sure he's a good one to know. He could be good at that. I mean, I always felt humans made it so humans can break it, right? It was always creative. Somebody can come in there and find what you did, find a way in. I mean,
my son's in school right now for cybersecurity. That's what he's going to do in the future. And
see, you guys are
I said, you've got job security, buddy. It's never going from this point forward. It's not going away.
It's not going away. Yeah, that's really.
See, we have nerds for children.
You guys are smart.
I told him you should go work for the. I said, start yourself, but man, you should really aim to go work for the FBI, because man, the pension and the benefits working for the government. And of course, he's like, "You want to work for the government?" Not that so, as they will. But yeah, and it's interesting because he's been learning. He'll be done in October with his associate level, but he's going to stay on for bachelor. But it's amazing. I mean, at such an early start in this career, already teaching them trapping, like how they're literally isolating programs and how to infiltrate to find it and then trap it. And then from there, once they trap it, trying to follow it. You know,
Right.
just, I mean, it's a whole different level there, because then you just, trapping is one thing, that may be all you ever do in your career, but to follow it, I'm like, no, you need to learn, you need to go as deep into this field as you can go, to layer yourself with,
Absolutely.
that's what you need to do. So I'm telling you, it's not, and working for the bank for 18 years, I mean, we had this type of stuff about every quarter, if not every month, there was stuff coming out about things. And we had at the bank, and the only good thing about this, most banks have their own policies when someone were to ask for a wire, were they to be a recipient illegally of that information and then try to pursue it with the bank. Some of them do get through. Yeah, I mean, when
Yeah.
I know in our division, we lost one client in a trust, an estate, lost over $1 million because they got it. And it was the bank's fault, or the associate's fault, because they failed to follow the procedure. Just like you said, procedure was, first of all, you're gonna pick up the phone and you're gonna call the client, and you're gonna confirm that they're asking for this wire. You're never going to auto execute. And second of all, if it comes over, you're going to check a signature card, because they require when you open accounts, they have you sign a signature card. And then when they get a wire request, it has to be signed. And then they're going to go back and check the signature against the request they've received, and do they even look similar? That's just another layer of
Right.
trying to verify.
Which is good to know that that's there.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's just a secondary way to help hopefully catch it and prevent as much of it as possibly can, but it is very serious. And I don't trust wiring myself. I just don't. I would rather go get a secure, bank check and deliver it than to try and do so, because even one number, if
Sends
they
it somewhere else, doesn't it? Yeah.
I mean, you could write like I can write I know people who write a number 1 that sometimes can look like a 7.
Yep. 9, 7, 1. Yep.
Yes, and so something like that could send that money somewhere else, and you may not be able to retrieve that, especially because out of the country.
It's interesting. I think in real estate and practice, and guys understand, I'm not doing as much sales as what I used to, so I'm not as involved. But even just as little as 2 years ago, we were still getting these emails from attorneys and paralegals that were saying, here's the wire transfer instruction, please forward this to your client. It's like, oh, I can't do that. So attorneys, to me, seemed like it took them a little bit longer to get on board. That seminar I was at, it was brokers and attorneys together. They joined us. And the lady I was sitting next to was an attorney at a pretty large law firm in Raleigh. I don't remember the name of it, but a large law firm. And they had their own IT department. And their IT department was sending out phony emails, trying to see if their attorneys would respond to them, if they would take that bait. And if they did, now they're required to go through like 30 hours of training, so they were working on them down in Raleigh in 2019. But like I said, 2 years ago, attorneys were saying, please send this on. And that's why, like, my firm now has a policy that says, do not forward that email. Just because you get it from an attorney doesn't mean it's okay to send it. Again, if I did forward it, then I'd probably be asked to leave the firm, because that's violating a huge policy. So I'd like to think that, we've had a few reports in North Carolina. I haven't heard of any major lawsuits yet. That doesn't mean there aren't any out there, but there are some out across the country. And the experience is, if buyers or sellers are suing to recover lost money, they are going after everybody involved, the agent, the attorney, everybody, because they're trying to get that money back. It's a hard thing to lose. So hopefully by having these discussions, by communicating with our clients, I didn't mean to, but I had a buyer that was going to do wire transfer, and I had this conversation with her and I scared her, and she ended up going to get a cashier's check. I was like, but she might have, I brought some kind of light to her, you know what I'm saying? And she felt more comfortable after talking to me. I thought maybe after that I need to back up a little bit, but I don't know, maybe I don't, because I think we do need to put a little fear in them to let them know the consequences. I can't imagine. I mean, think about a seller's proceeds. What if the seller's getting $130,000 back? They give their wire transfer information, it gets intercepted from the attorney. It's gone, y'all, it's gone. Once that money goes, it is gone, and it's awfully rare that we can get it back. So it kind of starts with us and us having that conversation, with our buyers and sellers.
Yeah, the house that we just sold and closed in January. Hey, you can have your money right away to a wire transfer. Nah, just bring me a check.
We can wait. Yep. Yep, absolutely. And that may be where a lot of people are going, so again, protect yourself, have this conversation with the sellers and buyers. Remember what we said at the beginning of this conversation, they are not reading this form. They are not reading the offer to purchase and contract. So this is one thing that we need to just sit down and have a conversation. And it even tells us right here, you should call the closing attorney's office at a number that is independently obtained to ensure that your contact is legitimate. You should not rely on a phone number and an email from the office, your real estate agent, or anyone else. Oh yes, and please let me know if you get this email, because I've been hacked. I need to address it. I need to take care of it. Crazy times we live in, yes?
What's even scarier, and this happened to us, and it is not specific to wire fraud, but it was still electronic financial information obtained. You just use our debit cards at places, right? And we had sold our house and we're building this house, and so we had our money, our equity funds out of the other house to put as down payment on this house, and it was in the bank. We were actually in the process of going through preparing for settlement, etc. And just a natural day, went out to lunch, and I had to swipe my card. And then that afternoon, my husband happened to be on the account, and all the money was gone, all of it. And we was not with the bank I worked for at the time. It was another bank we banked with. So I had to drop everything. And I had to go to the bank, tell them what happened. I had to verify my last swipe so they could look at my account. I had to fill out numerous affidavits confirming that I had not taken this money, all this other stuff. And then because I had stuff coming in that were needing to be paid, they were having to force pay. The bank was having to force pay things for us. And it took them about a week. And the bank, because it is insured, it was FDIC insured money, they did put the money back. And also because it was Visa stamped on our debit, there was Visa Corp insurance on that money in addition. But they recognized that they started tracking the money, and it was in 4 or 5 different countries. And they were buying Rolex watches. They were tracking these purchases back, and I mean that money went like that. And then what they did was someone got it, someone sold it.
Yeah, exactly.
And their goal is to use it fast before somebody finds out.
That's right.
And it was scary. My heart dropped. That's the first time ever happened, and here we are needing funds in 2 weeks for closing, and I have any money. It was scary.
Wow. That is. That is.
I need my money.
Right.
But I'm just saying, wire fraud is real, but I mean, just even beyond that, people's money can be gone that could affect their ability to close without anything they have done wrong. And
exactly.
Simple things like that.
I mean, that could cause another delay in settlement, right? Because now we got a delay to get that money, to get those funds, to get this straightened out. So I hate hearing these stories. But I know we're going to continue to hear them. So again, the best thing we can do is just protect our buyers and sellers and have these conversations with them. So, all right, it is break time. Let's take 10. We're so close to finishing the offer to purchase and contract. Is that good news? We're awfully close. So let's take 10 and we'll wrap this thing up. All right. Last two pages, 15 is the notice information, how the parties want to be communicated with. Our note tells us to insert at least one address and or electronic delivery address each party and agent approves for the receipt of any notice contemplated by this contract. Insert an NA for any which are not approved. Here's the buyer's notice address and the seller's notice address. Typically, if an agent is involved, well, we're using this form if an agent is involved, right? So an agent's involved and we want communication to go between the agents. So usually what I see is NA for all buyer and seller contact information because I want to direct them right to me. With that being said, I am going to refer you guys to your firm and your firm's policy. They may, you do what your firm tells you to do. Okay, however they want this handled. So usually what we see is confirmation of agency notice address. Again, buyers on the left, sellers on the right. So the selling firm acting as the buyer's agent, the seller sub-agent, or the dual agent. We need the firm's license number, mailing address, and then we have the individual selling agent. And if applicable, acting as the designated dual agent. So remember, we have to identify our roles in writing. So the contract gives us that opportunity to say who I am, right? When I present the offer, the listing agent knows if I'm the buyer's agent, dual agent, seller, sub-agent. We need to include our license number and then whatever form of contact you want, phone, fax, email, mailing address, etc. And then we go through the same little exercise with the listing firm, the firm acting as the seller's agent or dual agent, firm's license number, mailing address, and then the individual listing agent. And if they are acting as the designated, their license number with phone, fax, and email. And then the last page is our acknowledgement of receipts of monies. I think a good rule of thumb is when money changes hands, somebody needs to acknowledge that it's been received. So on this page, we have another place for buyer, seller, and property address information because it's not uncommon from this to get separated from the rest of the contract, right? We can go into contract today, but it may not be until tomorrow when you and I meet up to exchange the due diligence fee, for example. So because this could get separated, we're asking for seller, buyer address again, so we know where it belongs. Listing agent, acknowledgement of receipt of due diligence. Paragraph 1D, between buyer and seller for the sale of property provides for the payment to the seller of a due diligence fee in the amount of receipt of which listing agent hereby acknowledges, date, firm, and signature of who received it. I think on Monday when we met, we had the conversation about that maybe the due diligence being paid by a wire transfer or by Cash App, PayPal, something like that. We as the listing agent only need to be signing this if we actually touch it, if we aid in delivering it from the buyer to the seller. So if you don't touch it, if we're doing a wire transfer, then I would, acknowledge, X this section out and acknowledge that I didn't touch it. The other thing I want to caution you guys on, can we all agree in your hand and on its way are two different things? Yeah. There have been cases reported down at the commission where the due diligence goes missing and they call the commission to complain and they look at this piece of paper and they see that the listing agent has signed acknowledging receipt. So they call the listing agent and say, where is it? So, I never got it. Well, you signed for it. Well, they said they were going to drop it off after lunch. So I went ahead and signed it because then when they dropped it off, they could pick it up. Who's on the hook for it? The listing agent, because they signed acknowledging what? Receipt of money.
They signed the fact that they were stupid.
Right. I mean, come on, Don't sign it until you get it. Don't sign it if you don't touch it, right? Kind of back to the basics here. So if the listing agent gets it, then next on their agenda is going to be delivering it to the seller. So now we got the seller acknowledging the receipt of the due diligence fee, seller or sellers. We have the escrow agent acknowledging receipt of the initial earnest money deposit, So again, it's referring us back up to 1D, provides for the payment in X amount. Escrow agent is identified in 1F. Hereby acknowledges receipt of the initial earnest money and agrees to hold and disperse the same in accordance with the terms of the offer to purchase and contract. And then the last thing we have is a place for additional earnest money. So if we negotiate any additional, the escrow agent has to sign for it. And you will note with additional, not only do you sign a date, but you also sign the time that you received it. Because if we remember way back to page 1, additional earnest money is a time being of the essence. It needs to be in by 5 p.m. on this date. So by signing date and time, we're acknowledging that we received it in time. And that is, as of July 1st, our 16-page offer to purchase and contract. June 30th, it was 15 pages. Now we're up to 16. Deborah and I talked about the contract back in the day. When I bought my little condo in 2008, the offer to purchase and contract was 8 pages. We have doubled it since at least then. Is that not wild? Don't expect or not expect that at some point in our careers, it's going to grow even more, right? How long you going to be in real estate? Who knows how many pages this thing could be? And it's usually comes down to the result of some kind of lawsuit.
Right. Every year they're finding a loophole. They got to fill in the hole.
Exactly. I take you to court for this, and now they're like, oh dear, we got to fix this. I mean, we were talking the other day, it makes me laugh, but we had to put verbiage in there about the seller unpairing from electronic devices so they don't drive up and down the street in the middle of the night and open the garage door, So as soon as that happened, they had to add it to our contract. So as technology grows, as court cases, like Rodney said, loopholes, it ain't going to stop at page 16. I guess that's the point that I'm trying to make. Comments on our standard offer to purchase and contract? So let me ask you guys, had you ever sat down and read through? I know you looked at some of the provisions in pre-licensing, but have you ever sat down and read this thing word for word?
I have, but I've never understood it as well as I do now.
Okay, good. I hope this isn't the last time that you sit down and look at this thing word for word. I hope that throughout your career, because again, remember what we said, the only thing I have to do is fill in the blanks. And if we go back through this, we see my part is actually really small, isn't it? There aren't that many blanks to fill in. And I get it. I know what happens. We get busy. Things are moving quickly and rapidly, especially in this market. Like Deborah said, it's 4:45 and all offers are due by 5 p.m. today. So I got to fill in the blanks and get it out as fast as I can. There's so much more to it than our part. There's so much more to it than the blanks. And I think before I started teaching this stuff, for me personally, I made it a point to sit down and read it every year when they did the updates. So not only was I getting the changes, but I was being refreshed to some of that other stuff that I hadn't seen in the year before. Same thing with our agency agreements, our buyer agreement and our listing agreement. All right. So we are done with that. So we're going to go into Learn, Test, Pass, back into Learn, Test, Pass. And we're going to look at some of our other forms. I mentioned today was our forms day. So we're going to go ahead and look at, we'll probably get through most of them today. I may save a few for a Monday, just so we don't spend all day looking at forms. And right before we leave today, we'll talk about what next week's going to look like, other than your test, of course. So it's hard to believe, a week from today, it's done. So that's good news, but still lots to cover. So when we look in Learn Test Pass under our forms, we got the link to the new forms that Jane uploaded for us. And another form we're going to look at is the backup contract addendum. Again, we're not going to look at all the addenda, but we're going to look at some of the more commonly used one. Can you guys see this okay? Kind of looks small, doesn't it? Let's do that.
Julie, I'll tell you, if it looks like I'm looking away, it's I have a second screen that's bigger, and when I look at these forms, I'm duplicating my screen, so my camera's here, but my big screen is here, so I'm not ignoring you.
Figured as much. Either that or you're watching your shows, right?
No, I have business issues, so my computer, my laptop is here, but the screen's small, so when I'm stationary, I try, and so I just like, no, I'm not ignoring you, I'm just
I
looking
got
at.
you.
I feel like
I understand.
I'm looking at myself on the camera, like she probably thinks I'm just using the internet or something, but I am listening.
The
So
proof
it-
will be in the pudding on the test, won't it?
So is it the guiding light or Days of Our Lives,
No.
General Hospital?
It's a screen. It is a screen. I feel like gosh, she's gonna think I'm just looking.
No, I got you because I got my laptop and then I got two other monitors. So sometimes when I'm talking to you guys are up here, and then sometimes I got stuff over here too. So our setups, right?
Yeah.
I'm putting a request in for Santa this year. I want one of those big panoramic laptop or monitors. Have you guys seen these things yet? They're like the length of your
Huge.
desk and they're
Yeah.
curved. Yeah, that's what I want from Santa this year. That's going to be my, we'll see.
I want less electronics.
You want to consolidate. All right. So the backup contract addendum. We use this one when we're already under contract and another buyer wants to present an offer. Okay. So the seller's under contract, MLS says due diligence period or pending. Another buyer wants to present an offer. Who can remind me what offers, which ones do I present to my sellers? Which ones?
All of them.
All of them. So if I'm under contract and another offer comes in, do I have to present that to my seller?
You are obligated to
Yes.
do so.
Absolutely. And when that other offer comes in, it should include the backup contract addendum. It tells us that this addendum should not be used in a short sale transaction. Use only the short sale addendum. We'll see why when we look at the short sale addendum. It's an addendum, which means it adds to and becomes part of. This addendum is attached to and made part of the offer to purchase and contract between the buyer and the seller. Buyer and seller acknowledge that seller has previously entered into a contract to purchase with, and then we're going to insert the last name of the primary buyer. So now that we have a backup situation, we're going to have the primary buyer and the primary contract. The primary contract is pending. This backup contract is accepted in a secondary or a backup position to the primary under the following terms and conditions. It is a condition of this backup that the primary is terminated as described below before buyer and seller shall be obligated to perform this backup contract. In order for the backup to become the primary has to terminate. So termination of the primary contract shall be evidenced by written release signed by the parties, a written notice of termination from the seller to the primary buyer that seller is exercising their right to terminate, written notice of termination from the primary buyer to the seller that they are exercising their right to terminate, or final judgment of a court of competent jurisdiction that the primary contract is invalid, illegal, unenforceable, or otherwise terminated. These are the various termination forms that we have available to us. Again, there's a whole slew of them for different scenarios. We do not go through these in this class, but just know you got termination forms for various scenarios. Where's the good stuff? Access to the primary contract. Buyer and seller agree that buyer may not examine or otherwise have access to the primary contract without written permission from seller and primary buyer. Seller represents a primary contract, calls for a settlement date of. So if the primary close is obviously the backup is out, right? If we go through to closing, this only is going to take into place if the primary terminates, but we still need to know when settlement is scheduled, so we can kind of have a timeline for our backup buyer. In the event that the primary contract closes, this backup contract shall become null and void, and the earnest money shall be refunded to the buyer. In a backup contract situation, it's attached to the offer to purchase and contract. So all the terms are negotiated like they always were. Purchase price, due diligence fee, earnest money, dates, all that good stuff is negotiated like it always is. Upon acceptance and the buyer's in a backup position, the buyer doesn't owe due diligence until and if they become the primary. Okay, so we're not going to negotiate the amount, but they don't actually owe it in a backup contract position. They are going to go ahead and deposit the earnest money into an escrow account. And if the backup terminates for any reason, they're going to get their earnest money back. Remember, the whole idea of earnest money is showing the buyer's good faith. And that doesn't change if that buyer's in a backup position. They still want to show their good faith, and they can show that by letting money sit in an escrow account. In the event the primary contract is terminated, seller shall promptly provide buyer the following 2 items: written notice stating that this backup contract has become primary, and written evidence that the primary contract has been terminated. Earnest money, due diligence, and settlement dates. Earnest money shall be made payable and delivered to the escrow agent, even though it is in a backup position, and shall be deposited promptly upon receipt into the escrow agent's trust account. Same thing with additional earnest money, due and payable and delivered by cash, bank check, wire transfer, no later than 5 p.m. Due diligence is provided for in this contract and shall be due and payable to the seller upon delivery to buyer of notice of primary status and delivered within 2 days after. So again, the buyer doesn't owe due diligence if they never become the primary. Due diligence period. This is one of the cases that we can't use an actual date, because I don't know if and when we're going to move to the primary position. So instead of using an actual date, we're going to use a number of days. So we're going to say, upon receiving notice of primary status, we need 30 days for due diligence and 45 days for settlement, something like that. Remember, in that case, when we're using days, any calendar day counts. We always start counting day 1 as the next day. Saturday counts, Sunday counts, and holidays count. Then we have a note that tells us, instead of inserting dates in the additional earnest money, due diligence period, and settlement date in the contract, instead in those blanks, actually put the verbiage, see attached backup contract addenda. So the contract dates will refer us to this form, to the number of days that we put in here. Buyer may terminate this contract without liability by giving written notice of termination to seller at any time prior to receipt of notice of primary status, and the earnest money deposit shall be refunded to the buyer. So if they get tired of waiting, if they find another house, whatever, they're only locked in if and when they become the primary.
Or if they know it's a lost cause, you know.
Or if they know it's a lost cause. Once you
That the
find out
other
it's
is
closing-
rolling like it should, and they know, hey, you know, there's no point in waiting any longer.
Exactly. Automatic termination. In any event, buyer must receive notice of primary status from seller no later than 5 p.m. on this date, time being of the essence, or this backup contract shall become null and void, and any earnest money deposit shall be refunded to the buyer. So I think something that is helpful to the buyer is knowing they're not locked in when they're a backup. right? Like Ronnie said, if they decide this is a lost cause, or if we find another house, or if they just wake up and say, I'm tired of being a backup, then we can always terminate and get their earnest money back. Buyer signs on the left, seller signs on the right. Here's our verbiage again about the, we see this in addenda. I don't remember if we've seen this before or not, but in the event of a conflict between this addenda and the backup contract, maybe the offer to purchase and contract is what they're saying here. In the event of a conflict between this addendum and the backup contract, okay, this addendum shall control. I got it now. So if you have a conflict between what's in this addendum and the offer to purchase and contract, then this addendum shall control. And then here's the verbiage about, you know, the Association of Realtors and the Bar Association not being held liable for the validity of this document.
We can just refer to that as they're going to cover their ass statement.
It's pretty much what it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Their own CYA. Buyer signs on the left, seller signs on the right. And then the last page, the seller has to provide written notice to the buyer when they become the primary. So page 4 gives us that written notice. The following is a suggested notice that may be copied for the purpose of complying with the notice contained in paragraph 7. Do not detach the original. Notice is hereby given to the name of the buyer from the seller, to the contract dated between them, that the primary contract has been terminated, evidenced by the following. So how do we know it's been terminated? And that the backup contract entered into has become the primary. Now things start happening, right? We get this notice, the seller signs it, just the seller, not the buyer. So once we get this notice, tomorrow is day 1. We got to get you due diligence. We got to start our due diligence process, Now we can start getting that ball rolling. This form is one of those that's always been around, but it probably has gained popularity again in the last couple of years, because think of situations where you have 45 offers on one property. You very well may have, you know, only one can win, right? So you got 44 buyers that didn't get in. And this may be something for them to consider, maybe an option. Some sellers like this. Some sellers say, well, gee, if I have a buyer waiting in the wings, I don't have to open my house up again for showings, and I don't have to go through sorting through 45 offers again. Other sellers may say, well, gee, if these guys terminate, then maybe I can get more money if they pit against each other again, right? So it's up to the seller. Listing agents have that conversation with your sellers about it. We don't have to accept this, do we? Anybody that receives an offer always has 3 choices. They can accept it, reject it, or counter it. Questions on the backup contract addendum? I never got a chance to use one of these. I had one presented as a listing agent. Again, it was a multiple offer situation. We probably had 6 offers. They were all really good offers. And, you know, we notified the other 5 that we didn't pick them. And then one of the buyers came back and presented a backup contract, new offer, new terms, right? Like we started that process all over. But for some reason, the second offer that they presented with the backup, the terms weren't near as good as the original offer. And my seller said, we already know what they're willing to pay because they already gave us an offer, you know, earlier this week. So we countered with their original terms. And they said, nah, thanks, but no thanks, and walked away. So that's as close as I've ever come to doing a backup contract addendum. It was exciting there for a second, but it didn't work out.
I imagine that buyer was trying to take advantage of a weak moment should the primary fall through, and then they might feel desperate enough to just go ahead. I mean,
Yep.
Strategy, I guess, but.
Yep. It didn't work out for him, did it? Primary ended up closing, you know, but of course I knew if it didn't, who was I going to call first? I was going to call that agent and say, hey, you know, but as it turned out, it worked out. R FHA VA financing addendum.
Yeah, in reading these forms, I'm really glad I always do this at my desktop with this. This makes a big difference. If I was trying to read this on my laptop, I'd go blind.
Or your phone, could you imagine?
Yeah.
People do stuff on their phones, there's no way.
So Julie, I do have one question about the backup. So
Yeah.
suppose that it wasn't someone who saw the property before it went under any contract. Suppose they were asking if there's any pending deals, or, just asking their agent, and they go out and do a criteria search, and they're like, I've been looking at this property, you can check the status of it. I haven't had a chance to walk it. Let's say the agent checks it, says it's showing pending, due diligence, what have you. Well, and then maybe this buyer says, well, it's a property I've been looking for to go on sale for a while. I haven't had a chance to walk it because I was out of town when it was listed, or whatever the case may be.
Mhm.
Does that seller have an obligation to the primary to lock any viewing of that property down while they're in due diligence? Or can they entertain an open house for them, or a walkthrough with them? Or what are their options of seller to the primary?
It's up to the seller. So when we go under contract, the seller could say, no more showings, I'm done. Or they could still allow showings if, so I'd imagine in this situation, Deborah, if I were the buyer's agent and my buyers were interested and they missed out on it, like you're saying, they've been wanting this property for the last 15 years and they were in Europe for the 2 days that it was on the market, now they're back from Europe. I would call the listing agent and I would say, we'd like to schedule a showing. My buyers are possibly interested in offering a backup offer. And let the listing agent, instead of trying to go through showing time and explain that to showing time while I'm trying to schedule something on something that's under contract, I would probably go straight to the listing agent, and they should communicate with their seller and see what their seller, if they want to allow the showing or not, but they're under no obligation
Do you
to
think,
allow.
if you were representing the seller, how would you consult them? Do you think it's a good idea for them to entertain anything additional because things happen?
Exactly. This could be their plan B, right? I've already told my sellers to have a plan B. So this very well may be their plan B. I guess if I were talking to my sellers, my point would be, what's it hurt? Usually buyers walk in the door, they're not there long before they know if they want to make an offer or not, right? So it's not like they're going to take up their whole day, so that's probably what I would say to my sellers is, what can it hurt? Now what happens, because this comes up, we're under contract and then we get a backup offer, and the backup offer is much better than what we're under contract. The seller says, well, I want to terminate this one and take that one. We need to have them contact their attorney and discuss, because now they are in breach. And remember, they could lose due diligence, earnest money, due diligence costs, or be sued for specific performance. So maybe the $5,000 more on the backup isn't worth it.
Is there an obligation of the seller and the listing agent providing notice to the primary that they're accepting a backup offer? Do they have to let the primary know, primary buyer?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. They may use that to their advantage if they need to. If the buyer starts acting like they're going to terminate, whatever, terminate. I got somebody in the wings, but no, there's no obligation to let the primary know there is a backup.
I was approached with a backup, but honestly, the offer that I accepted was so strong and so well financed. I didn't want to waste somebody else's time or hopes and even accept the backup.
Yep. So
I wouldn't want somebody to do that to me.
Right. And it could just come down to the seller. Maybe Ronnie tells his agent to tell the buyer's agent, my guy said this is a good, strong, solid offer, and they feel good about it, or contract, and they feel really good about it. Like I said, some sellers will say, especially in this market, you guys, have you guys seen some of these videos? There was one in Raleigh actually a couple months ago. Buyers were like lined up down the street, hanging out in the yard. The whole cul-de-sac. Did you guys see this thing? And sellers may, once they get they may not want to go through that again in this market, that craziness, so I think it would just come down to the seller, whether or not, I did have a buyer once interested in, and before knowing what I know, I mean, it's one thing to sit through pre and post licensing and learn this stuff. This is another one to start teaching it, right? So now knowing what I know, but before I started teaching, I had a buyer interested in a property that was under contract. And when I contacted the listing agent, she said, we're not going to do that. And now knowing what I know, I'm thinking, did she have a conversation with her seller or did she just make that decision? To me, it sounded like she just made that decision for her seller. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It just sounded, she just blurted it out. So her answer should have been, let me talk to my sellers and I'll get back to you, you know, instead of just, but I guess she didn't want to deal with it. So she didn't. But it's not up to us. It's up to them. So we need to, you know, and weigh out the pros and cons with them. Like Ronnie said, if it's a good, solid contract, maybe they don't want to waste their time, but you know, nothing's for sure, right? Nothing's guaranteed. So it may just depend on that individual.
Okay.
I did want to point out, thank you for having me bring this back up. There was a change made to this one last July, just so we can all see it. And the former, before the change, had the verbiage about the seller terminating, but that's not always the case, right? The buyer, the primary buyer could terminate. So the verbiage they changed, just kind of, the contract is terminated. The primary contract with the buyer is terminated. They removed that verbiage that said the seller terminated the contract. So now we're just saying the contract is terminated. Minor change, but that was that. FHA VA financing addendum. We use this when we have a buyer with a FHA or VA loan. This addendum is attached to, becomes part of, and then we're going to select if it's an FHA or a VA loan. The FHA financing has a clause that is expressly agreed that notwithstanding any other provisions of this contract, the purchaser shall not be obligated to complete the purchase of the property described herein or incur any penalty for forfeiture of earnest money deposits or otherwise, unless the purchaser has been given in accordance with HUD requirements, a written statement issued by the Federal Housing Commissioner, Department of Veteran Affairs, or a direct endorsement lender, setting forth the appraised value of the property not less than, and we're going to plug in X amount. The purchaser shall have the privilege and option of proceeding with the consummation of the contract without regard to the amount of the appraised valuation. The appraised valuation is arrived to determine the maximum mortgage the Department of Housing and Urban Development will insure. HUD does not warrant the value nor the condition of the property. The purchaser should satisfy themselves that the price and condition of the property are acceptable. So basically what we're saying, oh, look at him. Basically what we're saying, FHA, if the home doesn't appraise for X amount, the buyer may terminate and their earnest money deposit will be refunded to them, even if we're after due diligence, even if we're outside of due diligence. Honestly, I think this has hurt a lot of FHA buyers in the last couple of years, because again, you have 45 offers on the table and one of them's FHA saying if it doesn't appraise, you could get an out for your buyer. So I think FHA loans have struggled because of that. Now, in practice, most appraisals are being done while we're in due diligence, but in the event it's not, this could be an out for buyer, and they're not getting their due diligence back, but at least we can get their earnest money back. I tried to be sneaky. I had a conversation, not for any of my buyers, let me clarify that. But I thought I'd come up with that loophole that we were talking about. And I asked my BIC, who works a lot with FHA and VA buyers, and I said, what if I don't add this? Could that be more attractive to the seller if I don't add this? And he said, if you don't, the lender will. So even if I don't include this, the lender's going to require this. This just happens to be an NCAR form, but all lenders have some kind of similar provision, something. So that didn't work out for me. I understand what he's saying now, but I thought, gosh, that would make an FHA buyer's offer more attractive if they didn't have this out, if they didn't have to, but the lender.
So how are
required it.
how are you determining your number beside your dollar sign? Is it a certain percentage of the sale price?
You know, a lot of people may do the purchase price. In this market, maybe you could do a little bit more, expecting it to, you know, appraise for a higher, or, you know, the offer price to be more or less, right? So this is just kind of whatever we put in there. That might be one way to protect your buyer, though, is to put something in there less than, especially if you know you're offering more than asking price. If you're offering $50,000 more than asking price, you know darn well that house isn't going to appraise for that. So maybe instead of putting in the purchase price, you could put in the asking price, or, you know, whatever you think it might appraise for. That would be definitely be more attractive to sellers. Our other option here is VA financing, notice to buyer. It is expressly agreed that notwithstanding any other provisions of this contract, the buyer shall not incur any penalty by forfeiture of earnest money deposit or otherwise be obligated to complete the purchase of the property described herein if the contract purchase price or cost exceeds the reasonable value of the property estimated by the Department of Veteran Affairs. So again, the buyer doesn't have to purchase if it doesn't appraise. This one doesn't give us the option to put in a price, does it? It tells us the contract purchase price. VA buyers have suffered from this as well, because sellers don't want to risk that if it doesn't appraise, especially when asking price is $50,000, for example, more. The buyer shall, however, have the privilege and option of proceeding with the consummation of this contract without regard to the amount of the reasonable value. If buyer elects to complete the purchase at an amount in excess of the reasonable value, buyer shall pay such expenses amount in cash from a source which buyer agrees to disclose to DVA, and which buyer represents will not be from borrow funds except as approved. If DVA reasonable value of the property is less than the sales price, seller shall have the option of reducing the sales price to an amount equal to DVA, and the parties to the sale may close at such lower sales price with appropriate adjustments. So the home doesn't appraise. We make an offer of $50,000 more, the home doesn't appraise. If the buyer can come up with the cash, we can always ask the seller to reduce the purchase price, right? As buyer's agent, that's the first call I would make. Hey, it didn't appraise, we reduce the price. If they say no, the buyer can have the cash. Maybe we can get the two to meet in the middle somewhere. Maybe we can have the seller reduce the price some and the buyer come up with some cash. If the buyer doesn't have any money in the bank, though, they're not going to be able to get another loan. And that's what the lender's saying. And by the way, that does include a loan from a private source. So like, for example, the bank of mom and dad, you know, there's a difference in a loan and a gift. And if mom and dad want to give a loan, the implication is what? You got to pay it back. If mom and dad want to do a gift, the lender's going to make them sign something saying this is a gift and I don't expect it back. And if they lie, that's called loan fraud. And that could, you know, be really bad. So if the buyer's got the money laying around, again, in this market, sellers probably are not agreeing to reduce the price much because they know they got 40 other buyers standing in their front yard with offers in their hand. So this market has really hurt FHA and VA buyers, and we'll see them come back. They'll have a strong position again, but right now they're struggling. They're struggling because of this. If the buyer obtains a VA loan, the DVA may or may not require well water, septic sewer, and or wood destroying insect inspections to be performed. If required to be performed, such inspections may or may not be required to be at the seller's expense. if such inspections are required to be performed and are required to be at the seller's expense, seller agrees to pay in that paragraph we looked at in the contract where we put in seller paid expenses. Something else that's hurting VA buyers right now. You know, I got 40 some offers and one of them was telling me I have to pay the pest inspection. Yeah, those other offers seem more attractive. Now, I did have a VA buyer once, and he was so upset about the fact of the seller having to pay his pest inspection. I think it was a pride thing. He was like, this thing is like $85. Are you kidding me? That's insulting. I'm trying to buy their house, but I'm saying I'm not allowed to pay that $85 pest inspection. I really think he did not like that. And so we called the lender and said, what are our options here? And the lender told me, they're like, look, I don't care who pays it, just so long as it's not the buyer. So the buyer's brother paid the pest inspection, and I think they had to sign something saying that we wouldn't be reimbursed, but at least he felt better not leaving that obligation on the seller. I guess we got to pick our battles sometime, but that really had him upset. And like I said, I think it was a pride thing. It's like, I'm buying these people's houses for $285,000 and you're telling me I can't pay the pest inspection fee? VA. Real estate certification, the seller, the purchaser, and the broker hereby certify that the terms of the sales contract are true to the best of their knowledge and belief, and it is agreed that any other agreement entered into by the parties is fully disclosed and attached to the sales contract. The seller, the purchaser, and the broker fully understand that it is federal crime punishable by fine or imprisonment or both to knowingly make false statement concerning any of the above facts is applicable under the provisions of the title of this code. This is one of the few forms that you and I get to sign. So the buyer signs on the left, seller signs on the right, and then we have a place for both agents to sign as well. And what we are basically signing, what this is saying is the lenders want to know that the buyer and the seller aren't in cahoots, that they're not working together to get a better loan on this property. So what we're signing is that we understand that any agreement, any knowledge between the parties has been disclosed. I was the listing agent once. The buyer was getting an FHA, and FHA had me sign an additional form saying, to my knowledge, buyer and seller don't know each other. I said, all right, I'll sign it. Because to my knowledge, they didn't know each other. FHA VA financing addendum. Questions on this one? Lead-based paint or lead-based paint hazard addendum. During the due diligence period, buyers shall have the right to obtain a risk assessment or inspection of the property for the presence of lead-based paint and or lead-based paint hazard at the buyer's expense. Buyer may waive the right to obtain a risk assessment or inspection of the property for the presence of lead-based paint at any time without cause. Intact lead-based paint that is in good condition is not necessarily a hazard. Our buyers are instructed to see the EPA pamphlet, Protect Your Family from Lead in Your Home. Hopefully we're providing that to them as well. You can order the nice brochure, or you can be frugal like me and just get the flat PDF that you can email it to them. I think it's in our NCAR forms, but if not, if your firm doesn't have it readily available, you can always go to EPA's website and find it. It's pretty easy to find. Disclosure of information on lead-based paint hazards, lead warning statement. Every buyer of any interest in residential real property in which the dwelling was built prior to 1978 is notified that such property may present exposure to lead from lead-based paint that may place young children at risk of developing lead poisoning. Lead poisoning in young children may produce permanent neurological damage, including learning disabilities, reduced intelligent quotient. I still don't know what that word is. Anybody got it? This one? Quotient?
Yeah, you're right. That's quotient.
Quotient. Okay, good.
Is it IQ?
Okay, thank you. That makes sense. Reduced intelligent quotient. Thank you. See, I learned something too. Behavioral problems and impaired memory. Lead poisoning also poses a particular risk to pregnant women. The seller of any interest in residential real property is required to provide the buyer with any information on lead-based paint hazards from risk assessments or inspections in the seller's possession, and notify the buyer of any known lead-based paint hazard. A risk assessment or inspection for possible lead-based hazard is recommended prior to purchase. This is one of the rare exceptions to caveat emptor. If the seller is aware of lead in their home, they have to disclose it. Caveat emptor does not apply to lead. And again, this is really one of the rare exceptions. The seller's got some disclosures to make. Presence of lead-based paint. Either they know of presence of lead-based paint in the house, or they have no knowledge of lead-based paint. And if they have any records or reports available, they need to provide those to the buyer. If the seller has ever had, if the house was built prior to 1978, and the seller has ever had professional work done, you know, this is not do-it-yourselfers that paint, but if they've hired people to come in and paint, then it would have been tested. You guys will learn more about that in 301. I think we get into more detail about the requirements and the what happens if you don't follow the rules for the professional painters or contractors that are coming in and doing the work. So they are obligated to have that tested. And once the seller knows, they always have to disclose it, and they have to provide with records and reports. Again, if they're do-it-yourselfers, they can still have it tested. That's up to them, but it's only the contracted employees that have to. So either they have provided or they have no reports or records. And then the buyer has to make some acknowledgement. Buyer acknowledges receipt of the seller statement set up above and copies of records listed, if any. Buyers receive the Protect Your Family from Lead in Your Home, and then buyer checks one of the following. Accepts the opportunity during due diligence to conduct a risk assessment, or the top of page 2, waives the opportunity to conduct a risk assessment. Agent's acknowledgement. Agent has informed the seller of the seller's obligation under this law and is aware of their responsibility to ensure compliance. So the listing agent is going to initial the fact that we talked to the seller about this. This is the other form that you and I get to sign. So buyers sign on the left, sellers on the right, and then agents at the bottom. I think it's important we understand this form does not say this house has lead in it. This form says because it was built prior to 1978, it may have lead in it. You know, buyers just need to know they have that pamphlet. If you guys, when you guys get the chance to flip through that pamphlet, it really is quite interesting. And it kind of helps the buyer make that decision of whether or not they want to have that assessed, that assessment. By the way, there's a tenant and landlord version of this as well, because tenants also have the right to have the pamphlet knowledge. You know, the landlord would have to share knowledge. I'm not sure that tenants would have the right to assess the property because it's still not theirs, right? They're just moving in. So when it comes to tenant, it's going to be more about educating them, providing them with that pamphlet and educating them about the possible risks of lead in the home. Questions on lead-based paint? Are either one of you, I think I just realized what Deborah's watching. Are either one of you HGTV fans?
Yeah,
You guys will-
I think most of it's reruns now.
I do a lot of HGTV here myself. I do a lot of DIY myself.
So you know your friends Chip and Joanna?
Yes.
They got themselves in trouble over this a couple years ago because they were flipping a home that was built prior to 1978 and they didn't follow the guidelines and they got themselves in trouble. And you know, while I never celebrate anybody getting caught in trouble, I do think that that was important because it showed us that even reality TV has to follow the rules and the guidelines. They have to follow the standards. And just because they're Chip and Joanna doesn't mean that they can, you know, get out of it. I mean, they've recovered, they're back, you know, doing their thing again. But this came up with them because they were flipping and they just didn't follow the proper guidelines. So let them be a lesson to your sellers.
So what was the deal? They didn't disclose it, or because they would own the home at that point and doing it themselves, but they are
But
professional.
if they had the contractors come in, I don't remember the specifics. I don't remember the specifics, but they did something that violated this or didn't do something that violated this.
Hmm.
All right. Last break. It's 3:40. Is that right? Is it break time already? I feel like we have more breaks than class time today. So what are you guys doing? Are you tricking me? Okay, so it's 3:40. So let's come back at
This is
3:50.
me. It's not a dog, you see. It's really me, Julie. You're not going to cross-eyed looking at forms. You're really.
Okay, good. Maybe I am. I don't know. All right, let's come back at 10 and 10 and finish it up for the day. All right. I told you guys today was the forms day. I wasn't kidding, was I?
Well, I just noticed your ESPN fantasy baseball link up there. Yeah.
My husband and I are really big baseball fans. And so this is just a league between us. So the fun thing about that is we kind of make up our own rules. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like I'm engaged in one of those big ones with a whole bunch of people. But yeah, we have fun. So
Hey, you're not like my wife, are you? If we're playing any kind of game and it's not going her way, she has the right to change the rules at her discretion.
I don't have that kind of power.
Yes, she
My,
does.
my husband is listed on the website as the commissioner of our
Ah.
baseball league. So I got to watch him though, because I think sometimes he thinks those are the rules. So I gotta. But he's currently winning right now. But that's okay. I'm not worried about it because I've won like the last 4 years in a row. So I got him. I'm not worried about it. It's been a hard week because they're on the all-star break, so we're kind of like, what do we do? But we'll ramp back up this weekend. They'll start playing again on Thursday, actually. All right. Let's look at talk about buyer possession before closing and seller possession after closing. These forms are pretty similar. They just kind of mirror each other. In one situation, well, in both situations, one party is acting as the landlord, the other party is acting as the tenant. So for example, in the buyer possession before closing, that means the buyer is moving in too. They are taking possession before we go to closing. In the seller possession after closing, we're going to closing and the seller's remaining for whatever reason. This starts with a huge red warning to both buyers and sellers. This form may not be used for long-term occupancy. Again, that could be pretty subjective, couldn't it? What is considered long-term? Just based on past experience, classes, various information I've seen, previous forms used to specifically say 14 days. I don't know if so they took out that specific amount. So that's kind of what I've always had in the back of my mind. I wouldn't say anything more than 14 days. So, a couple of days, maybe a week, that kind of thing. This form does not address important issues typically addressed in a residential lease, such as a security deposit. Consideration should be given to using the residential rental contract or another lease. This verbiage was just added this past July. So we identify that there are no security deposits addressed. If you need to do something more than this very basic short-term thing, use the Residential Rental Agreement Act, or the Residential Rental Contract, excuse me. You are advised to confirm with your insurance professional the terms of the coverage under your property and casualty insurance policy before using this addendum. Again, one party's acting like the landlord, the other party's acting as the tenant. Whomever owns the property needs to have homeowners insurance. Whomever's living there needs to have renter's insurance. We got to protect their stuff. So both parties, before we sign anything, both parties need to contact their insurance. Term of possession, buyer may take possession on the property as of 8 a.m. on this date, the commencement date. This agreement shall terminate at the earlier of closing or the termination of this contract. Time is of the essence with regard to the beginning and ending of the term. We'll see in just a second what happens if the contract terminates. Again, particularly with this one, is the buyer possession before closing. This verbiage was just added in July, which is good. Seller shall not access the property during the term without buyer's written permission, except in the case of an emergency. Seller shall be entitled to retain an entry key to the property, but shall deliver all other means of access to the property to the buyer on the commencement date. So that, this is something that happened somewhere in the state that they had to add this. The seller thought they could just walk in the front door at any time. But they need to honor this tenant's right to quiet enjoyment. Buyer's waivance and acceptance of property. This is pretty important. By taking possession of the property on or after the commencement date, buyer waives any further due diligence rights. So if the buyer moves in while we're still in due diligence, the act of moving in ends due diligence. They waive that right. Buyer waives the contingency under paragraph 11 of the contract relating to the condition of the property at closing, and accepts the property in its condition at the commencement date. Buyer waives and acceptance is subject to any other agreements between the parties that are part of the contract, including but not limited to any agreements with respect to repairs or improvements, and any seller warranties or agreements that may survive closing. Buyer's obligation.
I would imagine that in the situation where, let's say closing gets delayed because it's a Friday and they didn't get it recorded and the seller's already moved out and they're willing to let them go. So just because it's not recorded, but if the buyer moves in and then as they're in there, they start noticing other things that they didn't catch before, they can't go back and say, you gotta fix this.
Exactly. And that's exactly what this is saying. Once the buyer moves in, should buyer and seller look at the property together and take notes of any damage, that kind of thing, just like a tenancy situation, right? So they need to be addressed before the buyer moves in, because once the buyer moves in, they're in and they accept that property. And that's why they no longer have a due diligence period. That's why they waive any, like you were saying, any agreement to repairs or improvements, that kind of thing. Buyer's obligation to maintain the property prior to closing. Buyers shall not alter, modify, or damage the property or fail to maintain it in its same condition, and shall make no changes to the property, decorating or otherwise, without written consent of the seller. It's still the seller's property. So I know while they're ready to move in and start painting and, pictures and all that other stuff, they just need to hold off until it's theirs. Seller shall not be obligated to maintain the property after the commencement date, subject to any obligation that may be imposed on the seller by law. In the event closing does not occur, buyer shall pay all costs necessary to correct any alteration, modification, or damage to the property, or restore it in a condition as of the commencement date. Paragraph shall not be deemed to modify the rights and obligations of the parties of the contract relating to the risk or loss or damage of property by fire or other casualty. The buyer's acting as the tenant, so we got to figure out rent. Buyers shall pay the seller a lump sum of X amount. In the event the buyer is the delaying party, buyers shall pay an additional rent in the sum of X amount per day.
Can that be zero?
If that's what the parties agree to, but as the listing agent, oh heck no, I'm not going to let my sellers accept that. But sure, if that's what they agree to, sure, it's the negotiated amount, right?
I mean, this looks like a bad idea all the way around, but let's add insult to injury and do zero.
And do zero, right? So let's say we have a week. We're going to do this for a week. We're going to agree that rent for that week is going to be X amount. And then if closing gets delayed, like Deborah was saying, we don't get to close until Monday. Now we have a per day. So Saturday and Sunday and Monday, you would owe me, an additional extra amount. Termination. If the contract is terminated, the buyer shall immediately vacate the property and return all means of access to the seller. If the buyer does not immediately vacate, they shall be continued to be bound by the terms and conditions of this agreement, and the buyer shall pay in addition a holdover fee of X amount per day. If I were the listing agent, this X amount per day would be really high. Yep, really, really high. Looks like we're all in agreement on that.
You're not trying to make it comfortable.
That's right. That's right. Don't want them to get comfortable. For each day the buyer remains from the date of termination of the contract until the buyer vacates or is evicted. Buyer's going to have all the utilities put on in their name. Buyer's responsible for lawn maintenance and trash removal. This addresses both insurance, as we said. The buyer's going to need to have renter's insurance for their stuff. Seller's going to have liability insurance, homeowner's insurance. Risk of loss is still on the seller. It's still their property.
Well, really legally, they can't carry a full HO policy because they're not owner occupied. They can carry a risk policy, but they can't do a, they can't,
Exactly, because
they can't just continue their HO.
That's exactly right. Which is, again, we got both parties calling their insurance companies before they, I mean, when I rented the condo, I had to call my insurance company and say, I got a tenant now, and my policy didn't go up. So I was happy about that. But I notified them that, somebody else was living in my home and my property. And that's the same thing that we're doing here. We can't sublet it. The seller is still who the HOA knows. So they're still going to be responsible for owners association dues. Are we allowed to have pets? Yes or no? In the event of the buyer's breach, buyer may be evicted from the property pursuant to a summary ejectment. You guys will remember from pre-licensing, that is the landlord's only legal, we should say, eviction remedy.
Yeah, but the self eviction was a lot more fun. I mean, take the door off, cut the
Ronnie
utilities.
wants to show up with a shotgun and say, get
Yeah.
off my property.
Self eviction.
I'm really shocked though. I mean, totally understand why it's necessary, but I'm really shocked because the earlier note indicates immediate, vacate immediately. So I almost feel like this would protect, the seller.
And it would, but we still have to go through the proceedings, right? This is still the only way. So now we take this, because now we got a squatter, right? Contract's terminated, buyer won't leave, so they got a squatter they got to deal with. And I agree. I mean, I don't think the seller, but they still have to go in front of a magistrate. If the buyer's not willing to do, the seller can't forcibly remove the buyer. Like Ronnie said, you can't go take the door off. You can't go show up with the shotgun and say, get off my property.
Yeah, but
So-
that's not going to be immediate. I mean, a summary ejectment could take 30 days or more.
I know. So if the buyer doesn't immediately vacate, this is the seller's. There
That's
should be some
fair.
cautions to the
Fair.
seller when considering this. Yes.
Yeah.
But that's
Yeah.
also where you need to pump up that daily rate for the holdover
Exactly.
to really
Make it
build the
work.
case.
Yep. And now you're standing in front of the judge saying, not only do I want to get out, but I also want to be awarded that daily rate, So would it be unfortunate to have to go? Sure. But as a landlord, your only legal eviction remedy is summary ejectment. But look at this. The losing party, brought by buyer or seller against the other party, shall be liable for the costs and expenses of the prevailing party. So again, not only do you have to get out and you pay me X amount per day holdover, you also get to pay your attorney's fees and mine. So the seller, I think, does have some, something other than the fact that their house is being occupied by a squatter. But they can, if we terminate the contract today, I'm calling the courthouse tomorrow to see, how early can I get on the docket? How early can I get there so we can get this process going? You'd like to think that everybody signed this that would follow well, I said I would leave immediately, but we know how that works sometimes, right? And that's how squatter situations can go wrong. Buyer signs on the left, seller signs on the right. So, Ronnie brought up a really good point, and maybe you want to expand further, maybe you don't. But, earlier you mentioned that this just seems like a bad idea all around.
Absolutely. Whether it's the early occupancy or the holdover, both of them seem like just a really bad idea for someone who is in this situation of, buying and selling. It's not like a typical tenant landlord situation by any imagination, because everybody's going to feel ownership. The seller who allows the the buyer to move in early. Both of them are going to feel like they own it. That buyer, if I want to tear at that wall, I want to tear at that wall. And the same thing, the owner that occupies after closing, they're going to, hey, this is still mine. I can do whatever the hell I want to do in here. It's just a bad idea all the way around.
There are warnings and red flags all over this. Obviously I can't make decisions for my clients. If I were the listing agent and this is presented to me, do I have to present this to my seller? Do I have to, yeah, because we present everything, all of it, right? So when the buyer's agent calls me and says, my guy needs to move in a week early or 2 days early, is that okay? I need to call my seller and have this discussion with them. I need to have my seller call their insurance company, possibly even call the attorney. Does the seller have to agree to do this?
No,
Absolutely not. But we need to let them weigh out their options,
Right, but we lay out the options, but also if they honestly ask our opinion,
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I don't think there's anything wrong with us giving our opinion. Of course,
I agree.
if it's a legal situation, consult your attorney, but if they was to ask me, what would you do?
I wouldn't. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And this is why. Now, with that being said, I've done one of these before. I was the buyer's agent. My guys were moving up from Atlanta and closing got delayed, and he was starting a job here, and the sellers had already moved out. And I called the listing agent and we discussed, and she called her sellers and they were like, yeah, sure, no problem. I mean, it was like, let's go to KFC for
There's
dinner.
just too many,
it was
there's just too many
so-
things there's too many things that could go wrong though.
And
Even
so in
in
my
this situation.
case, we had the loan approval was delayed, and it ended up being delayed for like 5 weeks. So we well surpassed this short
14
term.
day, yeah.
Yeah, we well surpassed it. So while we started with this, we then eventually moved into an actual lease that we had an attorney, my buyers are willing to pay to have an attorney draft up. So they ended up living there for, 5-6 weeks before we were finally able to close. And I'll tell you guys what, I went to the house on our way to settlement. I don't remember why, but I went to the house on our way to the closing attorney's office, and that house was in immaculate condition. They hadn't hung up a single picture. They had all the pictures lined on the floor where they were gonna go, but they didn't put a nail hole in the house. They didn't touch it. Those buyers treated it as if it wasn't theirs yet. And I got nervous, when they called and said, oh, we're going to have to delay closing, but the sellers were on board with it the whole way. We had to do a new settlement date, all those things, we had to do it. So again, when we started with this, we graduated into an actual lease, and that might have given the sellers a little bit more reassurance,
But I honestly believe that's the happy exception.
I would agree.
Everything going.
I would agree.
The closest 2 times I've ever come to killing somebody was in a house that I was written in. Not once, twice.
Interesting.
Different renters. Yeah.
Interesting. There are definitely risks involved with these. Absolutely. And, again, Ronnie, can we give our opinion? Of course we can, but we also need to help the sellers weigh out, their options. I've heard of cases where we just get a hard, fast no. I've heard some other occasions where once they call their attorney, they've been advised not to do it, right? Then you have other situations like my story where, to this day, I just talked to these buyers a couple weeks ago. They called and they're about to talk about the market, and to this day, they are still grateful for the opportunity that they had, because he was coming to start a job, whether he had a roof over his head or not, so they were really grateful for the opportunity. And I think they showed that by taking such good care of the house. Like I said, they didn't put a nail hole in it. Now I imagine once we left the attorney's office, they went right home and whipped out the hammer and started going nuts, because they've been planning for the last 5 weeks where they're going to hang what, so they were ready to go. Very similar, the seller possession after closing. Again, we're told this form may only be used for short-term occupancy. There's that subjective. Doesn't address typical issues like security deposit. You're advised to talk to your insurance. Most of this is the same. Seller may remain in possession of the property for a period of so many days after closing until 5 p.m., time being of the essence. Buyer, who, by the way, at this point is the owner, right? The seller is renting the property today that they owned yesterday. How about that for you? So now the buyer shall not access the property during the term without the seller's written permission, except in the case of emergency. Seller shall provide buyer with an entry key at closing. Seller shall deliver all other means of access to the buyer at the conclusion of the term. Seller acknowledges that all appliances, systems, and equipment are in good working order except for the following. So we're going to talk about if there's any issues with any appliances that we're aware of. Seller shall be responsible for the maintenance and repair of the appliances, systems, and equipments. Buyer shall not be obligated to maintain the property after closing while seller remains in possession. So the seller is going to keep caring for the property as they live there. Seller shall maintain the property in its same condition as it was at closing and still make no changes to the property, decorating or otherwise, without written consent of the buyer. In the event that they do make changes, seller shall pay all costs necessary to correct those changes. The risk of loss or damage by fire is now passed on to the buyer. Again, now they're the owner, so they got the risk of loss, the liability if the house burns down. We're going to agree to amount of rent, termination of possession. Without a written extension, seller shall vacate the property no later than the end of the term. If seller has not vacated, seller shall continue to be bound to the terms and the condition of the agreement. There's our holdover fee again, but we're going to charge a high amount for that holdover fee each day that seller remains in possession. Seller's going to keep the utilities in their name. Seller's still going to be responsible for lawn maintenance and trash. Basically, sellers got to switch their insurance policy from a homeowner's to a renter's policy to protect their stuff. The buyer's going to have their policy, homeowner's policy, start on the day of closing. We can't sublet it. Buyer's now the owner, so now they're the ones on the hook for the HOA. Our pets are or are not allowed. And in the event of seller's breach, seller may be evicted from the property pursuant to, there's our summary ejectment again. The losing party gets to pay both parties' fees and everybody signs. Just as risky, right? But maybe not as risky because now the buyers own the property. I mean, we don't have to worry about the contract terminating. Or there's still things that can go wrong. Of course there are, but now at least in this case, we don't have to worry about the contract terminating.
And it's less likely that the seller's going to start tearing out a wall.
Exactly. Exactly. They're not going to get over ambitious. So I've also done one of these. I was the buyer's agent and the listing agent called me. The sellers were building a new house. And as we all know, it's very common for new construction to get delayed. And the listing agent called me and said, they have 3 kids, all under the age of 5. And if they only had to move once, that would be easier. So can we stay here for, it was like 4 or 5 days. It was like 4 or 5 days. So I called my buyers. My buyers were currently living in Raleigh. They didn't need, I think this was like July or August. It was about this time of year. And they didn't need to be here until September anyway. So they were going to like come up on the weekends and paint and get it ready, that kind of thing. And they looked at me and they said, oh my God, what an easy way to make rent as soon as we purchase our property. So we did it. The sellers took immaculate care of the home. I mean, they left it in better condition than what we saw it. Y'all, they left a gift basket for my buyers to thank them for letting them stay there. With my buyers being in Raleigh, the day they moved out, I went over there and got the key for them. And then I could meet up with them in the weekend to give them that access, you know. And that's when I said, they're going to be blown away by this gift basket. It was a really nice gesture. So while this is scary and I'm certainly trying not to promote it, I'm telling you, I've had 2 very good experiences with these.
You've had the only 2.
I also understand that I am a rare exception, because when these things go bad, they go bad fast. So again, weigh it out, have the discussion, you're right. I'm very rare. And I
The only two.
understand.
I also think sellers and or buyers in this situation are reading the other party. You kind of get a feel for those people, whether they're financially responsible or they could barely get the loan to begin with. And you kind of get a feel for their character I would feel through this process, and someone who, wasn't responsive during the closing process when things needed to be responded to, or documents, what have you. I feel like that's someone I'm like, I couldn't even get this person to cooperate before we close. What makes you think they're gonna do what they should do after? So I feel like some of these you cannot, the buyer or seller, you're gonna get a good feel for that person as well.
And kind of help you know how to proceed, right?
Yeah, I tell you, if I had someone who was not being cooperative and regardless of the situation, and I knew I had to pull teeth to get them to do anything on their end, I would highly stay away from this. But you got someone who's kind, is willing to jump through the hoops to make sure everything gets done on time. They're probably very responsible.
Yep.
And probably get a feel a less risk for having issues. I just
I
think
think that, we had both transactions were really good up until this point, you know what I'm saying? There were no hiccups. Well, they had never met. To my knowledge, to this day, they have still never met. They had good vibes from, the other agent and I, like you said, they got a good feel for each other. My buyer possession before closing, the sellers were bending over back. What else can we do? Is that all you need? I mean, they were bending over backwards. It was amazing to me how cooperative they were. I mean, I was not looking forward to making that phone call saying, yeah, we're going to have to delay closing for like 5 weeks. And they were like, oh, okay. I mean, it was, so absolutely. It could depend on the person, the situation, whatever. I think a lot of it may be in how we present it. If we call our buyers and sellers and saying, this is a bad idea, but then we're kind of leading with that. I'm not saying that's the right way or the wrong way to do it, but while I do think when asked, I will offer my opinion, but I never like to lead with my opinion. You know what I'm saying? Kind of start with the facts, and then we can, take the conversation from there.
And the good vibe thing is one thing, but like the people that just bought our place, uber qualified, nice people. We got along great. I had no negative thoughts about, but since they have taken possession, their cleaning lady and our cleaning lady are good friends. And the report we're getting back is they're not taking care of it anywhere close to the same level that you were taking care of it.
That you did.
Now, not that they think they're doing anything wrong, but it's not at the same level. And
He lives differently, right?
I would hate to think that horror story would be there while I was, still in ownership of it.
Exactly. Yep. Anything else on these? Again, I don't know how much of this is happening right now, because sellers are saying no, because they know they got 20 other buyers standing in that front yard with offers in their hands. So I'm not sure how much this is happening, but it is something that, I think we still come across. I mean, they just updated both of these forms in July, so there's a reason to update them. There was, concerns coming down about the forms. So the forms committee is still, but I can agree more that there's not a certain level of word of caution that goes into these. And the best thing we can do is have our parties talk to their insurance agent and their attorney if necessary.
I was gonna say, in a buyer's market versus the seller's market, there's something to be said though, to not be too cocky and too confident because you got all the cards. because you never know when you're in that situation, you have to ask for that. And then, you know,
Exactly.
that type of arrangement could very easily just say, you didn't care about anything about me when we were, and not that I was asking much, but you were just so confident you didn't need us.
Now you want this from me. That's a really good point,
I
isn't
don't
it?
think karma plays a lot in things that come around, what goes around comes around. I just think,
Uh-huh.
let's be kind to people and not be so cocky. I'm like, okay, money's money, and you're gonna get what you're gonna do, but you can have a little sense of humility in the same process, and I think it goes a long way. A long
That's right.
way.
That's right. I agree. The last one I wanted to go over today, of course, I can't find. It's like a kid. It won't perform when I want it to. It's not a form mentioned. We may have to wait till Monday. It's not a form mentioned on the syllabus, which means it's not required for us to go over in this class. I could have sworn I had it though. And this one that I'm looking for, that we just may have to wait. Is it? I swear this is the one form that I can never ever find it when I'm looking for it. As soon as we hang up this call, I'm going to find it. I can feel it.
Getting that complex again, like you're staring at me.
I'm staring at my inbox, not my inbox, but my downloads here. Oh, it drives me nuts. I don't know what I do with it. As soon as I find it, I think, remember it's here. And then the next time I go looking for it, I can't find it. So, all right. So we'll do it on Monday. The one I'm looking for, we still got some more forms to go over. That one may take a minute. We'll talk about that. I want to talk about that. So we're just going to wait. The one I wanted to go over today in our last few minutes that I can't find, we'll look at it Monday, is the professional services disclosure. And I think this is a good form. This is our form. This is the form that protects us. So that's why I always like to go over it. I just kind of left you a cliffhanger, didn't I? So you'll have to wait until Monday and we'll see that.
I've seen that one, Lane, we went over that at the firm meeting, so.
Lane's a big one for that one, isn't she?
Yeah.
But I don't know. I got to find it. I don't want to take your guys' time. Let's talk about what next week's going to look like. We have just a handful more forms to go over, nothing crazy. And then we're going to finish up chapter 11. We got a few more things to talk about in there. This post licensing class, the Real Estate Commission kind of wants us to go over license statuses. So we're going to talk about a current versus an expired license. How do you keep your license active, that kind of thing. So we'll get through that on Monday, look at the rest of our forms. If we have much more left on Wednesday, it won't be much. So I plan on getting through most of the material on Monday. You guys have a homework recommendation that we're going to do on Monday as well. That's right. So we're going to do closing disclosure number 4 on Monday. Finish up the forms, finish up the unit. Again, if I have anything that we didn't get over on Monday, we'll be able to finish that easily on Wednesday. When we come together on Wednesday, we'll plan on doing a brief review. I know we've talked about a lot. We've been through a lot. So I got a little review set up for us to help you guys kind of hone in on what you need to know for your test. This exam you get 3 hours for because you got the closing disclosure. So we will get started easily by 1:30 on Wednesday, let you guys get done and put this thing behind you.
I feel better knowing that 31 cents is not going to affect my grade.
Yep, you're good.
31
No
cents.
stress about rounding. Yes. So I think that's all I got. That's driving me nuts. I'll have to find that as soon as we hang up because I don't know what I did with it again. But I'll find it and or I'll go to NCAR and get it again. And we'll look at that one on Monday and finish up the rest of this. So unless you guys have any other questions or anything, I think we should call it for today and just by the way, all these addenda that we're looking over, we just need a very basic understanding for your exam. So what they'll do is kind of give you a scenario and say which addenda applies. So you may kind of want to, just refresh those, look those over, the ones that we talked about and the ones that we will talk about. But again, ideally, I plan on having most of it done on Monday. If anything left to finish, it won't take us long on Wednesday. Do a little review, take a test, and we'll be done.
And again, it's with 2 students, things go a little quicker than with 35.
Sometimes, yep. So that's how you guys can get out 5 minutes earlier, right?
Well, now I'm going to hold us up because it's my turn on the wedding story.
Oh, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so my dad, I'm the youngest of 8 children.